I have to say, so whenever you kind of look at the brief summary of the Italian Wars, which isn't often because I have to admit I'd barely heard of it much until you first kind of threw that out there a while back. Maybe it was in the 100 Years' War series, or maybe it was in the Republic of Venice series. But yeah, and then when you go and look at it, one of the things that always comes up very quickly is a lot, like warfare changed completely in this war from sort of the warfare of the medieval era to something more along the lines of modern warfare. And so it's kind of surprising how little, I'm sure in Italy it gets a lot of play, but I don't know if you're aware of this, but in the Angloid world, I don't think.
Well, it's first of all, allow me just one aside. It's interesting that we are starting this series today, because today is May 24th. And May 24th is important in Italy because it is May 24th, 1915, is the day Italy entered World War One. Oh. And which was a moment of enormous change, because it started a collapse of the old 19th century order for Italy, and it was the start of a slide down toward what was World War II and the post-World War II order. So it was an enormous change, a traumatic change. And yes, the Italian wars were an almost unbelievable change, both in terms of the transition between 2 centuries of non-stop growth of the Italian peninsula, both in political, economical, and also social terms, and we're going to discuss this a little bit. We have been already mentioning this in the series about the Republic of Venice, but we may go back to some of the elements that made Italy so much different from the rest of Europe.
Well, first of all, I think a lot of us don't know the Italian wars at all. It doesn't mean every war ever fought in Italy, because that would take us quite a while.
No,
but
no.
It refers to a specific series of wars, sometimes called Habsburg-Valois wars.
Yeah. From
the end of the 15th century to, I guess, 1560.
It's 14 from September 3rd, 1494. That is the moment where Charles VIII of Valois, King of France, and the son of an old friend of ours, Louis XI, the Universal Spider, decided to cross the Alps to invade Italy until the Peace of Cateau-Cambrésis in 1559, but the war militarily had already stopped 3 years before, during the giant battle of San Quentin that we're going to discuss, were a disastrous defeat for the French army. You told me, yes, there are many wars, Italian wars. Actually, most of the historians are distinguishing between 7 to 9 Italian wars, but we are not going to use this kind of chronology, otherwise it will be impossible for your audience to understand what's going on. We're going to divide the whole thing, as it, for me, more proper, into 3 phases. An initial phase where this attempt by France to conquer Italy, to be the dominant power in Italy. A second phase that is going to be the duel between France and the Sacred Roman Empire for the control of Italy, and the personal duel between Francis I, the King of France, and the Emperor Charles V. And the third part is the moment where the war becomes international. There is an important role that is going to be played by the Ottoman Empire as an ally of France. And it's important because it's the first time that it's going to be such an important alliance between a European power and the Ottoman Empire to try to control Europe. And the war is going to move away from Italy, from being fought mainly in Italy, into being fought in places like the Flanders, the Burgundy, France itself, Switzerland, and so on. So, and this is the transition that moves the Italian wars into what will be the first part of what the historian called the Iron Century. So the century between 1550 and 1660, and the end of the 30 Years' War. That is the age of the war of religion. However, while at some point we're going to see that the Protestant schism will play an important part in some of the events of the Italian War. The Italian wars are not wars of religion. They are political wars. They are politically motivated wars. And actually a big break from what was the tradition of the wars that were fought in the previous 2 centuries, and that we have described it into the series on the 100 Years' War. 100 Years' War is a war between 2 states and 2 dynasties that want to control the rights to exploit each other territories. But most of the time is the territory of France, but it's not just France. At some point, it expands towards the Sacred Roman Empire with Louis XI. In this case, in the case of the Italian wars, the situation you're going to see is much more complicated. There is the control of the territory, there is the control of the international trade, there is the control of the international economy. There are a lot of elements that make this war and the possession of Italy at some point a central obsession by the great powers in Europe in a moment where America has been already discovered. The discovery of America, of course, is 1492, but there is not yet clear how important the American reserves are, and because this is something that is going, the big shift from Mediterranean center world is something that is going to happen in the mid-16th century, around 1540 to 1515. At the moment when our story starts, at the end of the 15th century, the world is still very much centered into Southern Europe, and Southern Europe and the Mediterranean are the center of the power in Europe. But we're going to see that when the Italian wars ends, the world are shifted north and west, and the Italy has become way less important, which is the reason why the Italian wars are remembered and thought in the Italian school, because every Italian children, when is going to arrive to this part of the Italian history, it is being told that this is the end of the Italian Renaissance, the end of the Italian centrality, Italian greatness, and there is always this narration where nation states, important, powerful, new, young nation states like France, Spain, and later on England, take advantage of their central monarchies to destroy and make irrelevant, very rich, but very tiny and divided and litigious. I don't know if litigious is an English word, but Italian states. As we are going to see in our story, this is just partially true. Because, for instance, we have already seen in our series about Venice that Venice was neither small, neither poor, and was politically very savvy and politically able to face any kind of challenge from large European power. Still
punched way above its weight, as they say.
Yeah, exactly. And but still, at some point, Italy becomes just a battlefield. And this is perhaps the reason, well, one of the reasons why there is so little discussion about the Italian wars in the Anglo world is that, okay, Shakespeare never wrote anything about, the Battle of Cerignola or the Battle of Fornovo. So it's a moment, a point in history where England, where the Anglo world is irrelevant because, we are after the War of the Roses, the Civil War in England. England has just lost the 100 Years' War, has been expelled from continental Europe. Right. So there was very little point from the big names of the English culture to discuss something that was happening in Southern Europe. And remember also that the culture that of the Italian wars and the culture of the world that created, that beget the Italian wars, was that papist world that at some point became the subject of a lot of black legends and a lot of very how can we call it, very lurid plays into the Elizabethan or Jacobean theater. So that it's a world that for the average English speaker from, let's say, the 17th to the 19th or the 20th century was just a word of intrigue, a word of obscurity, and a word so much distant to what was the revolution that was brought by the Protestantism and the Reformation.
Yeah, I want to say, because I have to say this sometime during the episode, there is a movie by Ermanno Olmi called The Profession of Arms that does give you like 2 hours in that world. I think, Annibale, you've mentioned before that his ambition in that movie is to put you in the minds of people who were actually alive in 1500, where the protagonist of this movie, Giovanni della Banda Nera, becomes, dies, really. And it's the week before his death as he's fighting on behalf of the Papal States, I think, against an army of German mercenaries who are led by an unusually fanatical Lutheran general, I think.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
So in that there is a sectarian dimension there, but the movie has a lot of insights, including the power of artillery. That's kind of central in the movie.
That we're going to discuss, that we're going extensively to discuss, because the war starts with a very ineffective and very oversized and noisy and useless artillery, French artillery, and then this same artillery changes over the 50 or so years of the wars, and we end up in San Quentin, where the entire battle is just a giant artillery ambush. And we're going to see that some of the military elements that will become predominant in the later 16th and 17th century, for instance, during the 30-Year War, are actually experimented and created during the Italian wars, including the tercios, for instance. The first real use of the Spanish tercio is during the Italian War. The Battle of Cerignola is the first real use of combined artillery, cavalry, infantry arms is tested on the battlefield and mastered by the Spanish army during the Italian War. The first, the evolution, the main evolution of the light cavalry, and also the real death of the heavy cavalry is not, as everybody think, in the early 15th century at Azincourt, is during the Italian War. Pavia is one of the last battles where there is a deliberate attempt to win the battle with a heavy cavalry charge, and it fails. And it fails disastrously. We have Francis I that is captured, and it's a battle that will have consequence of European-wide importance. Okay, and we are going to see that this is the era where there is a definite move from almost casual pitched battle that are fought very reluctantly by most of the army, because most of the battle are not decisive, and very often is fighting a pitched battle is not the right way to win a war. We are moving to an era where sieges are the most important part of the war, and pitched battle become very bloody, and also very planned. The casual element that seems to have dominated the previous 2 centuries, where more or less the plans for a field encounter were, designed the night before, and then God, it's all up to God's will. Right. We're going to see soldier commanders that start to plan before, and particularly the disposition of the forces on the terrain. So there is, and also there is the moment where infantry becomes professional infantry, but it's not anymore the wall of pikes of the Swiss mercenaries that are the dominant force at the beginning of the Italian wars, but we're going to see again the tertius, so light infantry made in squares that are protected by arquebusiers or light artillery. So it's a dramatic change, and there is a lot of experimentation on the battlefield. Also, at the same time, we will see that, for instance, while definitely the Italian wars are not naval wars, they become naval encounters become more frequent when in the last part of the war there is the Ottoman Empire become one of the power player in the southern Mediterranean in helping the French kingdom to try to achieve his goals. We are going to see that there are a lot of amphibious raid even, including, by the way, and the whole thing starts with a series of Turkish attacks to the Italian coast that had become prevalent during the late part of the 15th century. And we have an example that John knows very well, that is the sack of Otranto in 1480. The sack of Otranto of 1480 was actually something that changed a lot in Europe on the way how amphibious or sea raids were thought. So the possibility that you could move large forces, enter into an area, conquer it, kill all the population, and then use it as a base for a sort of jumping board to try to conquer more. And this is the siege of Nice. We're going to see a lot of the example, and we're going to see
even in Otranto, there wasn't yet that alliance between the Ottomans and the French, whereas there was at Nice, I gather. And my impression is that people were scandalized. They still had this idea of Christendom.
They were, but on the other hand, it's incredible the level of cynicism. Because if you think about the 100 Years' War, you can accuse the big names like Henry V or the other kings that were involved of sometimes be
cynical,
bastards, but they were very rarely cynic. Okay, they seemed to be, to feel themselves like they were into a sort of moral space. There was a moral space that was shared with the rest of their peers. In the Italian wars, this whole thing goes, belly up, as they say.
Right. Well, I think one of the problems Angloids have with the Italian wars is we've inherited, partly through the Black Legend, partly through the poverty of Italy until the later 20th century, the notion that Italy has always been a weak and a poor state. Mm-hmm. And one of the surprises for me, anyway, is realizing that up to 1494, Italy might have been dangerously divided, but it was also very rich.
Very rich.
It was incredibly rich. Incredibly rich and socially much more advanced than any other place in Europe. Because I will just make one example. If you check the social composition of England in mid 15th century, let's say around 1450, you will see that 70%, from 60 to 70% of the peasantry was made of serf. Okay, people into indentured serfdom. In Italy, that percentage went down to less than 10%.
Wow.
Okay. And this, why? Because it was mainly an urban society. There was at the time, at the end of the 15th century, beginning of the 16th, there was a way of saying in Germany, particularly in southern Germany, they say, the air of the cities makes you free. And because there was moving from the countryside into the cities and finding a job as a factory worker or as an artisan or anything into one of the Italian or German cities at the time meant normally after 1 year that even if you had, if you were coming from a family of serfs, you will be a freeman. Okay.
There was social mobility, is what you're saying.
Yeah, there was a lot of social mobility, and probably the defining element of the Italian society at the moment was this upward social mobility that made. We're going to discuss one of the people who created the condition for the Italian wars was Francesco Sforza. Francesco Sforza became the Duke of Milan, but he was the son of a shoemaker, an illiterate shoemaker, and a prostitute. His mother was a prostitute. And his father made himself from illiterate shoemaker into a very successful military commander, just like, acting as a mercenary. And he in turn, he spent a lot of money to make his son Francesco to study and to become an even more successful military commander and politician. And in few years, Francesco Sforza became the Lord of Milan. But he was still the bastard duke, in the sense not morally bastard, but because he was the son of
a prostitute, So.
Yeah, exactly. But you could be that. I mean, it's not like the emperor will not discuss with you because you were the son of a prostitute, okay?
Right.
They will say, okay, the concept of making yourself into a position was still important if that strata of the society is afterward, is with the early modern era, is with the rise of the war of religion, everything, that social status became again something that is coming from a good family. Okay.
Yeah, that was one of the saddest things I've read about the Italian wars, that they led to what some sites call a refeudalization of
particularly
European
in the South
society.
Yeah.
God, that's awful. I mean, that's one of the sadder words in the language.
I mean, you had the republics, Florence, and so that were, that influenced later democracies. So this was and of course the Renaissance period.
Keep in mind one thing, just because I think sometimes it's wrong just to create, probably make the past too good.
Yes.
Is that, they were republic, but they were oligarchies. They were all oligarchy republic. But the point is, they had a very interesting, very vibrant, and very successful upper middle class. And of course, it was way better to live there than to be an indentured servant in somewhere in the French or in the English countryside, where with no possibility to be anything else than an indentured servant.
I mean, if you read those damned kings, is that the right translation? Damned kings, but. There's an argument that it's better to be a Florentine banker than it is to be a poor French noble.
Yes.
No doubt, yeah. And that's a huge thing here that we have to bring. I mean, Florentine banking and Italian banking was one of the big, huge revolutionary sort of inventions. Italian banking. The Italians pretty much invented banking, or modern banking, am I right? Yeah.
Yes, correct. And of course, these... At some point, the whole thing expanded more toward the Flanders and the northern of Germany. So we started to have banks even there. But for a long time, banking was something associated with the Lombards. Right. And the Lombards was a generic name for Italian bankers. It's not like they were all coming from Lombardy, all coming from Milan. But yes, it was associated to that. It has been calculated that during the second part of the 15th century, the average artisan in Italy had 5 times the purchasing power of his counterpart in France.
Wow.
And
that's a lot.
Yes, that's a lot. That's a lot.
By the way, the Lombard rate, if people have heard that term before, right? It's they still use that term in English, at least. It's the interest rate that central banks charge to commercial banks for short-term loans, as they call it, the Lombard rate. Yeah.
On the other hand, this was the upside was that. On the other hand, it was a peninsula governed by plenty of small and very, 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 narrow-minded. Probably the best way to discuss it. Politically narrow-minded people. Not everybody was like that. For instance, very few people was narrow-minded in Venice, and there were a lot of brilliant politicians, but there was this complete lack. This sense, probably we can call it a sense of complacency. Probably it's the best term, where everybody thought, okay, we are rich, we are culturally evolved, and we have decent armies. Nobody is going to dislodge us from our paradise. And what happened is that in 50 years, this paradise was conquered and divided in spheres of influence, with Spain and the Spanish Empire basically controlling most of the peninsula, and Venice, the Papal Kingdom, and Savoy being the only truly independent state. Everything else was reduced to a state of a colony.
One question, when you say we have strong armies, I mean, since they were bankers, or since they were in touch with the bankers in their society, they must have known that France coalesced into a very strong nation state, partly as a result of the 100 Years' War.
Yes.
And Spain did the same thing after as a result of the Reconquista.
Yes.
So they must have known that these are bigger entities with national armies.
They knew, but there was an illusion of control, which is something I want to convey to the people listening to this. that very often the illusion that you can control those huge entities because you have the money.
Yes.
And because you have, married your daughter into the family such and such, and you can control these people. And then at some point you have Charles VIII that decide that he wants to do something with his life because he's 21, and he plans to do something huge because there's no other way to describe the descent of Charles VIII of France in Italy and the start of the Italian wars as a young guy with more money than sense that decide he want to do something big. Okay.
Yeah.
And there is always the curse. Of course, Charles VIII was the son of Louis XI, and it's very difficult to be the son of a political genius.
That's true.
You
Yes.
know,
Anxiety of influence. Yeah. But this is an important point. I mean, when I keep trying to think relevance to today, or particularly like the Ukraine-Russia war and the West's been dealing with that. And the first thing that came to mind is, well, we end this war with massive artillery, right? So it's like, well, echoes of Donbass right now. But the sense that when the war starts out, that different parties think, I know how to control this thing.
Yes.
Because I've had control of it in my living memory. And
Precisely.
so it's going to always be like that. And not knowing that once you sort of open up this Pandora's box that you think you have control of, it can go in 100 different directions that you had no idea about, and you can't put that thing back in the box afterwards.
Well, if you want to make at least from my point of view, I've been discussing this with John in the past, in the recent past, a couple of times. If you want to make a comparison with the current situation and the Italian wars, the idea is that not much at the beginning of the Italian wars, but very much into the middle part, there was this sense that the winner thought, or the temporary winner thought he could keep the underdog away, keep it away from trouble, just out of a mixture of political pressure, economic pressure, and military posturing. And then at a certain point, the other part decide he has nothing to lose. And so they make a gesture. They start to make a sign, which is, in my opinion, what is happening. Well, it's not just my opinion, but it's what I think is happening right now in Ukraine. And you are going to see that this is happen very often between Charles the Fifth and Charles V and Francis I, where with Charles V a couple of times, being absolutely sure he had taught Francis I how to behave, and he's not
this
Francis
is Charles V of the Holy Roman Empire,
yes,
and
exactly.
Francis I of France.
Of France, exactly. With Charles V, and we are going to discuss a lot of the different personalities, and the different stories of these two people, because they are very interesting characters. But you see, Charles I, the Fifth, very often thought he had, told the right thing to Francis I, told him a lesson, and he's won't bother me anymore because I can control him militarily, because if he moves into Italy once again, I'm going to crush him because I have because he will lose a lot of. He might lose a lot of money doing that. And Francis I decide, why not? And he's going to do it. This happens again and again and again and again and again.
And it almost seems like when the empire confronts France on three sides. They must have decided, we've got him now.
Yes.
And instead it provokes this defensive reaction that we got to do something about this. We got to smash him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is actually what happens. But the situation, it's interesting if we go at the beginning, actually not the beginning, at the situation before the start of the Italian Wars. So the tail end of the kingdom of Louis XI. Because if you remember well, and I think it's an interesting way to link the end of the 100 Years' War series with this story. Because we have, if you remember well, we have Louis XI, who basically destroys Charles of Burgundy, actually makes Charles of Burgundy make political and military suicide without losing one single combatant, just, out of political maneuvering, bribing, and all the stuff Louis XI was very good at. This creates an enormous, Charles of Burgundy, Charles the Bold, dies in battle, and this leaves a giant gasping void between France and Holy Roman Empire. And this void was once filled by Burgundy. What happens is that, and this is quite close to what's happening right now in Eastern Europe, Louis XI decides he has two alternatives. One alternative is to maneuver in order to have the daughter of Charles the Bold to marry his son. And in order to, make the two dynasties unite and acquire all the Burgundian territory through marriage, because
the daughter of Charles the Bold, right, who has been eaten by wolves. I love that part. Eaten by wolves.
Yes. By the way, Radio War Nerd episodes 182 and 183, they're the last two in our 100 Years War series with Annibale. Those are about the peak and fall of Burgundy and the rise of Louis XI.
What happened? The other alternative is to move militarily. And Louis XI makes one of the few bad decisions of his political life. He decides to move militarily. He decides, I'm going to invade. I'm not going to wait. He makes some political moves toward Mary of Burgundy. They say, okay, I'm going to invade. I'm going to send the army in. And of course, Mary of Burgundy, at this point, she is the one that's nothing left to lose, and she decides, okay, can I marry the son of the current emperor of the Sacred Roman Empire? Is there a position open as the wife? And he marries him. She accepts to marry him, and this is a big problem for Louis XI, because Louis XI moves from just a walk in the park, entering to Burgundy, occupying Burgundy, into a direct clash with the Sacred Roman Empire, the Holy Roman Empire. And this creates a situation where the Holy Roman Empire becomes almost overnight, almost without really wanting to do, it becomes the heir of Charles the Bold dream of a Burgundian state. If you remember, the Spanish tercios had the cross of Burgundy as the sign on their banners. Because we have Charles, of course, through the marriage of the Mary of Burgundy and Maximilian of Habsburg, the Holy Roman Emperor, their grandson is going to be Charles I. And Charles I will live through this idea that he's going to avenge Charles the Bold. So you see that what is going to be an apparent victory, actually not apparent, because the victory of Louis XI against Charles the Bold was a definitive. He definitely crushed the Burgundian state. He just created the situation for a conflict that will last 2 centuries. And if you think about it, has a lot of ramification into the 19th and the 20th century, that the conflict between Germany and France, it all derives from that. You know, you know the consequences.
So this is like the perils of too much victory and of rubbing a defeated enemy's nose in it.
Exactly. And we are going to see in our story again and again and again that this happened, that this illusion of control, I call it the illusion of control, the fact that in the end, we have few successful politicians, few successful leaders who understand that all this equilibrium into a political military space like Italy first and Europe later, we're talking Europe of the 16th century and Italy of the 15th and 16th century. In this space, all equilibriums are always very fragile, and anything can make this, you know, the most solid situation collapse, which is one of the reasons why sometimes it's quite difficult to understand the history of the Italian wars, because anyone who tried to read through this giant list of battles and kings and dukes and whatever, say, oh, why? At some point, you always have the temptation to say, why they didn't stop? Why they continued to? Why there was no level of equilibrium that could be reached, because at some point someone had to move on and break everything. Okay, and there is no easy answer for that.
I look at it kind of like it's sort of like the corporate world in a sense. It's like, why does this giant corporation or why does this billionaire oligarch have to get more? And it winds up maybe crashing the multi-billions that he already or she already has.
Exactly.
Really.
It absolutely beautifully said.
Yeah, I mean, and a lot of these wars just seem like CEOs or, you know, finance, like oligarch financiers, they need to keep expanding. You know, he has to get control of Twitter for some reason, and suddenly his whole Tesla empire collapses. But
is either that or his personal hatred, like the hatred between Francis I and Charles V, or the sense of revenge. We're going to see that one of the reasons why, in the end, France is defeated in the Italian wars is that they create a situation where they conjure out of thin air their worst enemy, that is going to be Emmanuel Philibert of Savoy, who is going to be the winner of San Quentin, whose motive for winning the war is to get back his duchy that was conquered, the Duchy of Savoy, Piedmont, that was conquered by the French, and avenge himself of the humiliation he had, his family has been given. So there were a lot of personal elements. But you are absolutely right. The Italian wars are corporate wars. They are not ideological wars like, 30 Years' War, or even, if we even will get to that, the French Civil War. There were the civil war between the Protestant and the Catholic princes. It's really giant corporation fighting each other for the control of God knows what, you know.
Yeah. Another thing that seems relevant, and you've talked about this a lot, both John and you have talked about this a lot, is the sense of Italianness or lack thereof. Because nation states are starting to appear in some places. I mean, France and Spain to a degree. But I saw this in a book, and you can tell me how accurate this is. There's that the Italians, they had, I think, the word for the guy from the next, town or township or principality over, that the word for that was something like foreigner.
Straniero.
Yes, straniero, which is like stranger. The word for somebody who's not from the Italian peninsula and isn't part of sort of that general family was basically barbarian.
This is from Christine Stroh, The Italian Wars.
Yes.
It is definitely from that book because I remember that phrase.
Is it good?
Yes, okay. More or less.
That's what I started reading.
It was definitely like that for a certain social strata during the Italian wars, where, of course, someone coming from 1 hill away was a foreigner, a stranger, someone from abroad, and someone coming from Germany in particular, or Germany or England, was a barbarian. This was way less true for someone coming from France or Spain, because France and Spain were recognized as big state, big, important, rich state. So they were considered, yes, they are foreigners, but they are rich foreigners. So it's the same thing could not be said about Germans, for instance, or God forbid, about England. In modern Italy, the whole thing is changed. Is that a foreigner is someone from Italy, from another part of Italy, and someone coming from abroad, unless it comes from, a place generally despised, there are few in Italy, is someone coming from another country, and probably is more civilized than us. There is always this sense of Italy being the worst, Italian considering Italy being the worst.
We've talked before about how it's impossible to get contemporary Italians to blame the foreigners for any disaster.
No.
It was always some Italian who betrayed them.
Yeah, it's always some Italian. It's always some Italian from another part of Italy. Because remember, this is the point. It's never someone that comes from your place. Okay,
right.
People from your place can be a bunch of bastards, but they are from your place. But someone, in particular, someone, the northern-southern divide until very few years ago, it was insane, absolutely insane.
Yeah,
Well, I have to mention one slightly digressive anecdote here, which is Catherine and I visit a lot of countries, not because we want to, we just have, but anyway, and most of the world, I let Catherine answer, where are you from? Because she says New Zealand, and everybody gets all starry-eyed. Oh, New Zealand, which, by the way, is not Catherine's attitude exactly, but that's everybody else's attitude until you get to Italy. When they say New Zealand, she says New Zealand, they go, how about him? California, and they go, oh, California.
Yes. Well, okay, California is California.
And you say California, not America, right?
I definitely say California.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. If you are coming, this is a suggestion for all friends from LA or San Francisco coming to Italy. Always say that you are from California. Never say that you are from the US, because you are going to you will see the treatment is going to be completely different. It's because it's cool. It's the epitome of cool. It's the first. John, you're probably the first person who really made me understand that it's possible to come from California and not feel yourself cool.
I think it's safe to say I did not feel myself cool.
No, I did understand that, John.
Yeah,
definitely.
What about New York? New York is cool.
New York is
Brendan's
cool,
feeling bad. A little shout out for our New York audience here, or
I think it's if you mention you are coming from, I don't know, Minneapolis, you may get a blank stare. Nothing against anyone from Minneapolis. I don't want to be.
But there's one thing I wanted to mention about the beginning of the war, which I don't fully understand. I had thought, okay, Italy's divided into these small something between small provinces, sort of province states or city states or whatever. But apparently in the second half of the 15th century, like 1450 to 1490 something, there was an effective defense league, the Italic League.
Yes, correct. And the Peace of Lodi. What happened was that so we can actually start to put some historical element in our narration. What happened is that from 1350, more or less the end of the Black Death, until 1454, Italy was a non-stop battlefield for small wars, small and very controlled wars. I mean, wars where, there was an explicit attempt to reduce the number of the collateral damage. Okay, but very frequent wars between these small states that culminated into a series of, particularly from 1432 to 1454, there was a series of continued non-stop conflicts, actually one single long conflict between Venice and Milan for the lordship of northern Italy, with Milan being mostly on the offensive, trying to expand north and northeast and west. North toward Switzerland, east toward Piedmont and the Savoy, west toward Piedmont and the Savoy Duchy, and east toward Venice. And these wars were risked at some point to create a situation that was bad for everybody else. So mainly sponsored by Florence and by the Duke Lorenzo il Magnifico, Lawrence the Great, I think probably is the best translation, which was, a famous figure on the history of Florence. There was this decision to create a lasting peace, the Peace of Lodi, and a league, a sort of defensive league that would basically defend everyone from everybody else. So the idea was that if any single state would try to impose its hegemony in Italy to the other had the right to ally themselves and defend themselves against aggression. And
so it wasn't necessarily directed against foreign countries like France or Spain?
It was also directed toward the foreign countries, but the culprit or the country that seemed to be more aggressive was not much France, because remember that in 1454 France was still slowly coming out from the 100 Years' War, but Empire. The German Empire. The German Empire, and at some point Switzerland. So the idea was, we are going to try to create this artificial but lasting equilibrium between states, and also defend ourselves against possible foreign invasion. And it did work very well for 40 years. For 40 years, the level of conflict in Italy was extremely low. This allowed the states to use the money that they would have used to pay mercenary to fight each other's, to use them for internal projects. Remember, again, that Venice was the exception, once again, because Venice had the money, always the money to pay for internal project. And there were the other states that had to, at some point, try to modernize, particularly to modernize their infrastructure. It's interesting to note that the Italian state who took more advantage of this at some point was the Kingdom of Naples. The Kingdom of Naples was under French or semi-French control until 1442, if I remember well. I may be wrong about the date, but I think it's 1442, when the Aragonese ruler of Sicily conquered Naples. And an Aragonese dynasty was set in Naples. It's interesting to note that this Aragonese dynasty didn't necessarily recognize Spain and the Castilian the Castilian Aragonese dynasty that at some point unified Spain in the second part of the 15th century as their lords. They felt themselves, the Tristamara, the so-called Tristamara dynasty, they felt themselves independent, okay? And they felt themselves Italian, not, Spanish immigrants. Or Spanish colonies. They felt themselves, no, we are Italian. We are born in Italy. We speak Italian. And it's interesting because, and this is one of the reasons, if not the main excuse for Charles VIII of France to set out from France and come to Italy. But one of the reasons was that the Kingdom of Naples, under the very able leadership of King Ferrante of Aragon, was starting to really modernize. Okay, and modernization meant what? Of course, getting rid of the land barons, because this is always because as I told you, northern Italy was very much urban society where there was very, very little room for feudalism of any form, okay? And most of the people who were running the show, they were bankers or entrepreneurs of that type, very few. The hereditary nobility was coming back, but was still not the main forces. In the south, the situation was completely reversed. The land barons, and they were called the barons, actually, it was the name they were given, were actually in control of everything. They had actual feuds, and they were also very much supported by the Pope. The papal state is interesting because everybody thinks that this is an important element to destroy a certain image of the Middle Ages in Italy. Everybody think that the Pope was ruling everything, okay? With iron fist, that the Pope was a sort of tyrant in control of every part of the papal state, and also in control of whatever was happening in Italy. It was the reverse. The Pope had interest to keep Christianity united and to sometimes to, from time to time to call for wars against the Ottoman. But at the same time, he gave a lot of free hands to his feudataries, who were nobles, landowners, large landowners, to do whatever they wanted, okay? They, being a vassal of the Pope, gave you a lot more freedom than be a vassal of Venice, if you were a nobleman. Okay, a nobleman, the Venice, you know the story. You risked being executed for, if someone into the Council of the Tent decided you were having funny discussion with the Ottomans. Think, this guy is being a bit too cozy with the Ottomans. Maybe he's selling secrets from the arsenal. Okay, let's invite him to a one-way visit to the prison of the Doge Palace in Venice.
Let's take a walk across that bridge of sighs.
Exactly. And later I'm going to tell you a story that I already told to John that will give you an example how serious were those people. But in the case of the Pope, if you were not conspiring directly against the Pope, you could do whatever you want. So when Ferrante of Aragon decided to make the Kingdom of Naples modern, the first thing he did was to have an alliance with the middle upper classes in Naples, in Brindisi, and the other few big cities that existed in southern Italy. And also, this is a very modern and very interesting element, he started to have an alliance with the waves of Greeks and Albanians immigrants that were coming across the Adriatic to come and live in Italy, because of course they were escaping from the Ottomans. There was a lot of immigration from southern Balkans to southern Italy, and that was always in the direction of Italy, because there was more land in Italy that was cultivable, and the situation, at least at the end of the 15th century, was definitely better than it was in the...
Oh, yeah. In Puglia, there are still Albanian and Greek settlements, as far as I know. And
absolutely.
Some of them still speak Albanian and Greek, or a form of those languages.
Yes. And this alliance between the King Ferrante and these upper middle working classes, let's say productive classes, created what is called the rebellion of the conspiracy of the barons, where this landed nobility decided to get rid of Ferrante, and they failed. Because Ferrante was very good on controlling this kind of people, particularly inviting them at parties in palace and then killing every one of them. It was absolutely, he made it, quite a few times. He said, "Can you come to a party?" Yes, why not? Oops.
That's one constant on the show.
Yes.
It's like after you read some history, you think, why does anybody of any note ever accept a dinner invitation?
Don't.
And I guess because most of the time they work out, and we tend to remember the 1% when they didn't work out a little better than the ones where the worst thing that happened was, the chicken was a little dry.
Yeah. well, think that you have to think that Ferrante reputation for inviting you to dinner, and you ended up being the dinner, or some variation of it, was so widespread that toward the end of his reign, a couple of people who were expelled, exiled from other kingdoms, who decided to search for his protection, made sure he had no intention of doing anything funny. Because you just have to be careful around him. But he was
if
very
you do that
popular.
too much, I mean, even your kids' friends won't come over for the birthday party.
Yeah.
I mean, you won't be able to do anything anymore. But it's funny that the Ferrante is described in this book that I told you that you mentioned as well, The Italian Wars, by Christine Shaw. He's described. He comes off pretty poorly. I mean, as a very wily. He doesn't. I mean, I don't think they said anywhere that he was also trying to do sort of modernizing land reforms and that sort of thing. I don't recall that in the book anyway.
The problem was that at some point his neighbors started to notice and started to worry, and particularly the Florence started to worry a lot because Ferrante seemed to have some interest in the control on sizing Florence assets in central Italy, creating a lot of trouble to Lorenzo il Magnifico. And Lorenzo il Magnifico, I don't want to confuse you, but remember that Lorenzo il Magnifico at that point had to survive a very determined attempt to assassinate him, the so-called Congiura dei Pazzi. I think everybody remembers about that because they have read that Annibale novel. That's nothing to do with me, has nothing to do with my namesake who crossed the Alps, but it's the second or third novel in the Hannibal Lecter series. Okay, Silence of
right.
the Lamb. The follow-up is called Annibale, and there is this absolutely stupid, very silly story set in Florence when one of the descendants of the Pazzi family tries to blackmail Hannibal Lecter into something. And so this is the only reason why everybody remembers about the Pazzi plot to kill Lorenzo Magnifico. It's also interesting because it was one of the first cases in which the Ottoman Empire, the Sultan himself, helped the Florentine state to track some of the members of the plot who had tried to escape to Constantinople. The Florentine intelligence got in touch with their counterparts in Constantinople, Istanbul, asking if they could have the help of the Ottoman intelligence to track these people, and they were successful on tracking them, capturing them, bringing them back in Florence, and then executing them. There is a drawing made by Leonardo da Vinci, who assisted to the execution of one of these guys, and made a drawing of the body of this guy still dressed into Turkish garbs, swinging from a rope. Okay, it's those were the times, people were.
Yeah.
Okay, but coming back to Ferrante had also some trouble with the Venetians because again I think it made a huge mistake of at some point trying to get comfy with the Turkish Empire into giving them the possibility to attack Venetian bases in Puglia, and Venice did not forget that. Of course, they were not forgetting anything. They had a huge memory, like elephants, believe me. And so when the Turkish Empire attacked Otranto in 1480, massacring all the population, the 400 martyrs, was one of the worst massacres ever done during by Turkish raids on the Italian coast. And
if I remember right, the martyrs are the ones who refused to convert.
Yes,
I mean, people
exactly.
took their religion very, very seriously at that time.
Yes,
and they knew very well what would happen if they didn't convert. So.
Oh, okay, a lot of them were impaled. So now, and this raid that in the plans of this Turkish dude who had planned everything, had to be a springboard to try to attack southern Italy and attack Rome. And of course, didn't work very well beyond killing a lot of people in Otranto, but still create a sort of breach of power, temporary loss of control on Ferrante's part, who made him very, very vulnerable. And this, we are at this point, Louis XI of France dies, Ferrante dies a few years later. There is a controversy over who is going to succeed to the throne of Naples. And at this point, a lot of the Italian state are interested to see the Naples state being weakened again, not having anybody popular or anyone very strong on the throne on Naples. And this creates the casus belli for Charles VIII to enter Italy, at least the apparent casus belli. I have a dynastic claim on Naples, and by the way, a lot of the Italian states will be okay for me to conquer Naples, which sounds stupid, and it is stupid. Okay, but that was the initial idea. Of course, it was not just that. It was not just at some point Charles VIII, who was 21 in 1494 when he decided to. He was 23 when he because he was born in 1471. When he decided to invade Italy, and he had a lot of preparation, so political preparation, made sure he got in touch with most of the main Italian power. But his idea was, I'm going to conquer Naples. I'm going to sit myself on the throne of Naples, and then I'm going to use southern Italy for a starting point for a full invasion of the eastern Mediterranean seaboard. Actually, a crusade, quotes. Okay, but actually an attempt to establish a French hegemony on the central and eastern Mediterranean. Yes, it's far-fetched. It's completely far-fetched. But this is what I think the best source for this is still Philippe de Comines' memoirs. Is a book I will never sponsor enough. It's one of the greatest political memories of that era. In my opinion, much better than anything Machiavelli wrote. So it's
Can you
fine
repeat
here.
the name again?
Philippe de Comines, the memoirs. It's COMMYNES. Comines.
Yeah, we'll put this in. And one other thing before I keep forgetting, so that people can also visualize the Kingdom of Naples. This isn't just the city of Naples.
No,
It's almost half of the peninsula, right? Of
Yes.
the southern half of the peninsula. So
Yes.
we're talking about a large piece of extremely valuable and strategically valuable.
Yes,
territory for the
strategic
Mediterranean.
and valuable for a lot of reasons, because of the position in the center, at the heart of the Mediterranean. You can go from anywhere, very rapidly. If you have the control of Puglia, Calabria, and Sicily, you can go anywhere in the Mediterranean. But also because of the resources, agricultural resources, but also minerary resources. There were a lot of them, including silver, including iron, including a lot of valuable things. So it was, there was a reason he wanted to have control of this area. Still, it's you just have to think about this 20-something new king who, again, has spent most of his life waiting to be a king, because his father died in 1484 when he was 13 years old, and then from 13 years old to 21 he was under the tutelage of his older sister, who was the famous Anne of Beauvais, Anne of France, who could have been a fantastic queen for France if just Louis XI had been a bit more brave and decided to make her the reigning queen and not leave the whole thing to Charles. And then he decided the adventure of my life is going to be, I'm going to have to invade Italy. Okay. Right. This is the first reason. There is another reason, which is probably, in my opinion, more understandable and more, in tune of what could be strategic thinking. And is that the Duchy of Milan has been under some political trouble, because I told you about Federico Sforza, the son of the shoemaker. Federico Sforza was a very good politician. He died leaving the duchy to his son Gian Galeazzo, who was a very cruel and a bit of a bastard, but also quite intelligent as a ruler, and again someone who was very much interested into trying to modernize the kingdom. For instance, he was the first one who made a modern census in Milan. So to keep track of all the birth, all the death, centralize, and so on. And but then he died. Probably, interestingly, Gian Galeazzo was murdered into another of those Italian murder plot that like in the years of lead, and no one is really, sure about who did what.
Right.
But we have some element to think he was probably assassinated on the orders of Louis XI, because Gian Galeazzo was trying to be a bit too cozy with Charles the Bold. So it was, to make a long story short, Gian Galeazzo is assassinated, and he's succeeded by his infant son, who very quickly is, pushed aside by the Gian Galeazzo younger brother, Ludovico Sforza, nicknamed Ludovico the Moor, Ludovico il Moro, because he was very dark in complexion. Was a very good politician, but terrible military strategist, a deadly combination, or someone who is a very good in politics, but once the artillery start to fire, he cannot think clearly anymore. Okay, to use a phrase,
and doesn't know how to delegate, I guess, either.
Exactly.
Yeah, because you could survive if you knew your own limitations there and just said, I got to have a war chief. I can't be the war chief.
No, exactly. And he made this, at the moment where he started to feel his situation, Ludovico il Moro, he started to feel his situation was starting to, be a bit shaky. He could not think anything better than to call Charles VIII and say, hey, could you come here and help me? Okay. Yeah. Particularly help me. I will help you to conquer Naples, but you're going to help me against my enemies. Wrong thinking. Wrong thinking completely. Okay, and this is what will start. What started the war. It's interesting to note how the Sforza had, and so we are going to come back for a moment to the Golden Ambrosian Republic. The Sforza had very much rose to the power, more or less in the same way at the beginning of the 15th century, where the previous dynasty, the Visconti, had collapsed, and at some point they thought nothing better to keep the dynasty going than to ask the help of Francesco Sforza, who was a military commander, saying, oh, come here, I'm going to have my daughter marrying you if you're going to help me to keep my dynasty going. Wrong thinking, because the first thing Francesco Sforza said was, yes, I'm going to marry your daughter, then my son is going to go to the throne, not your son. Okay.
I mean, inviting the empire in to fight France reminds me of that oft-cited Kikyu proverb, which is, when elephants fight, the grass gets trampled. And in this case, Italy is the grass.
Exactly. The Golden Ambrosian Republic was a very short-lived experiment of people in the middle of this chaos thinking. We are talking about intellectual and intelligent upper-class dudes in Milan, who had this idea they could do like Venice did. We want to be like Venice. We want to have an oligarchic republic and create a Council of the Ten, a Venice transplanted in Milan. And
that's such an amazing episode. I often thought maybe we should do an episode just on the Ambrosial Republic, because it had weird echoes of the 1960s, like university students were a big part of it.
Yes, very much. Yeah, it's comedy. It's pure comedy, because it is the idea of these people who had a very daring and revolutionary idea, but absolutely no idea how to put them in practice, and no real sense of what's going on for the real people. Okay, so any kind of reform. It reminds me like Bananas. Do you remember the Woody Allen?
The new national language is Swedish.
Exactly. Same thing. there is the same thing. We should really consider doing an episode on the Ambrosian Golden Ambrosian Republic, because it's such a it's really comedy. It's really pure comedy.
Where does the Ambrosian name come from? Because there's also that notorious bank
for Saint Ambrose, the patron saint of Milan.
Okay.
Saint Ambrose.
I'm just thinking of that famous scandal. I'm sure you know about that.
Yes, Banco Ambrosiano. Yes, Sant'Ambrogio is the patron saint of Milan. And so everything and everybody is named Ambrose or a variant of Ambrogio. Is
that's too bad. I always thought it was like ambrosia.
I know, like, food of the gods.
And it really reinforced the hippie feel of the thing. Like, let's smoke some ambrosia here.
No, it was, but it's okay. We really should have a separate episode on that. But it's interesting how at the end the whole thing was so confusing and badly constructed that when Francesco Sforza entered into Milan and took the power from these people, he was cheered up by the population. Like, yeah, thank you,
dictator. Thank you.
We can stop talking Swedish. You know.
Yeah. So I'm gonna try and sort of steer this back towards the narrative again. So where we're at right now is Charles is going to basically take he's assembling an army, and he's going to march through Italy down to the Kingdom of Naples to take it for himself.
But, and there is a big but, and this is when things start to change very rapidly. As I told you, most of the Italian wars were high on number of battles, and sometimes those battles were bloody, but everybody was trying to keep the collateral damage as low as possible, if not absolutely necessary, because everybody thought that, there were resources, they were fighting for the resources, but there was no point on destroying them. What happens is when Charles VIII invades Italy, enters into Italy, goes through Piedmont, of course, is a relative of the Savoy dynasty, so there is no trouble on that, and decide to march straight toward the south. But the point is, the invasion is made in two different invasion lanes. One is by land through the Alps to the Mont Genèvre, Turin, and then through the Padanian Plain. But the other is to the fleet, because he needs the fleet for logistical support. Remember that this is an age where absolutely there is no discussion that navigation is the best way to move goods. Goods moving by land, it takes forever, while navigation, sea navigation or fluvial navigation is a much, much, much faster way to move goods across any distance. So he has this fleet that is supposed to, follow the army and going south, carrying all, the doing logistical support. The point is that the fleet decide to anchor into near Genoa. And this is the moment where the Kingdom of Naples fleet decide to arrive and confront them in a place called Rapallo. Rapallo is just something like 20 or to 30 kilometers east of Genova, and is now is a famous touristic spot. And there is the first confrontation in the war. But the point is, when the Aragonese fleet attacks the French ships were anchored in Rapallo, the reaction from the French is to unleash the Swiss mercenaries. The Swiss mercenaries enter Rapallo and massacre everybody.
Can you briefly describe for the Swiss mercenary, but basically even Charles's land army here, and like what the Swiss mercenary? Because I don't think people think Swiss,
as
boring bankers. Yeah,
it's
boring and
from mid. We have discussed this in
Yes.
the
In
100
the
Years'
Years.
War.
Yes.
Yes. Basically, mercenaries, infantry was one of the Swiss export during the 15th and 16th century. Through a very complex and very intelligent, I must say, system of levy and training, they were able to build mercenary forces that were available to the best offerer, who worked as a massed infantry with pikes. You just have to imagine a massa, like a phalanx of infantry with an incredible level of discipline, who could maintain coherence and cohesion in every kind of situation, with a very complex system of communication to control the movement of the forces on the battlefield. And they had won two stunning victories against the Burgundian army around 1476 against Charles the Bold. Keep in mind that Burgundian army in the mid 1470s was considered one of the best of the world. Charles the Bold has spent a lot of money. Always the same thing, military procurement. It works always the same way. He spent a lot of money just trying to create this very expensive army that did collapse once the battlefield was reached. And this impressed the French king, Louis XI, very much. He decided to use Swiss mercenary as a sort of sledgehammer, as a, shock units.
Right.
Probably is the best shock infantry. And of course, he was one of the three key elements of the French military tactics. The French were very good at three things. Artillery, because they have the first moving artillery in Europe. Heavy artillery. We're talking about heavy artillery, but could be come with wheeled carriages and so on. They had the best heavy cavalry in the world, probably, at the moment. Remember that is not the same cavalry that did lose at Azincourt. It's made of people with full steel-plated armors that are completely impervious to any kind of projectile that is not propulsed by firepower. Propelled, by firepower. And the third thing is the Swiss infantry. So using their kind of combined arms tactics were the use of these three elements on the battlefield to win the battles. And sometimes it did work very well. Not always. The point is the Swiss infantry was not only very good on the battlefield, they were extremely ferocious, let's call it this way. And of course they were acting according to the rules of the French wars, not the rules of the Italian wars. And this was a big shock because they all of a sudden a lot of Italian politicians, they woke up to the idea, oh my God, what do we have unleashed? Because these people are working
these foreigners to come in here,
they are working again. Yeah. And this is an element of the Italian wars: the political use of atrocities, the use of terror against the population, and the political use of atrocities to rally the population or to rally the states against the perpetrator. That is very much one of the key elements of the Italian wars. You don't see anything like that in the 100 Years' War or the wars between Louis XI and Charles the Bold. Okay, I will tell you just one example, just to give you an element of comparison. I've spent a lot of time during this summer rereading the letters of Louis XI, because the letters of Louis XI they're great, just great. Unfortunately, they have been not widely translated outside France, but they are very interesting because the guy had really a modern way of thinking the military space. Okay, there is this episode when Charles the Bold at some point decide to invade northern France, cut through the Flanders toward the Normandy. You know, the usual route, the route that everybody takes when invading France. And he attacks a city, and the city put up some kind of strong resistance, and Charles the Bold decided he wanted to make an example out of them. So they entered the city, and despite the opposition of the military commander of the Burgundian, who was not Charles the Bold, but his brother, his half-brother, he has most of the population killed, okay? But the population goes inside the church to try to find, the usual deal, running into the church because you want
sanctuary.
For mercy.
Exactly, for mercy. And then the troopers entered there, they killed everybody, and the city was literally destroyed. Louis XI, and there are these two letters, and they are very interesting to see the mind frame of these people. Louis XI, there is the first letter that is written just after the massacre, where Louis XI writes to his military commander, the Grand Seneschalk, the overall general of his forces, say, look, okay, they did that, we're going to do something like this to one of their city. So you choose the city, you go there. If they surrender immediately, it's okay. You just destroy the city. You don't kill the people. But if they put up a resistance, kill everyone. Okay? I want to make an example. Okay? Because it's tit for tat.
Right.
The second letter is written. It is something like, it's written by someone who was not famed for wanton cruelty. Okay? It was a political decision. Okay? And keep in mind that there was an enormous scandal in Europe for the massacre done by Charles the Bold. Okay, and so the reaction, in some way, Louis XI felt himself justified on reacting like this. These are the rules. It is also interesting, the second letter, because the second letter that is written 1 week later is again Louis XI writing to his military commander saying, okay, look, why this did happen? Why did we left these people do this? Because we didn't defend the right places. Are you sure you're putting the troops in the right places? Okay, we need to defend the city. We need to defend the population. Leave the Charles armies go around as they want in the countryside, but we need to defend the population. Remember, the first city that will put up a real defense and repel them, the wall offensive will collapse, which is exactly what did happen. But this was the thinking of these people. They were thinking in terms of theater of war, of military space. When this thinking is moved into Italy, it encounters rules of war that are completely different, where a battle is made, okay, you kill the soldier, but once the battle is over, you may have, of course, there were atrocities sometimes, but there were not deliberate atrocities without a real political goal, okay? And this changes a lot. It's a shock. It's enormous. It's a monumental shock. And we were going to see that through the war, through the first few years of the war, the fact that there are atrocities that are being repeated again and again, in particularly by the French troops, on one side is an element that seems to dent, to I don't know exactly what could be the terms, to demoralize most of the population. That at this point, it seems that the terror tactics works. We have always been told that the terror doesn't work, but you, the Warner, have very successfully demonstrated that this is not the case. Okay. And this is exactly what happened during the descent of Charles VIII. That there is a deliberate use of terror to demoralize the population and facilitate the passage of the troops. And initially, this is a big shock because this is not how the rules went in the Italian wars, in the wars inside Italy before the descent of Charles VIII.
Yeah, so he's going to use strategic terror in his initial march down to Naples. And I think so in the next episode, I mean, now we have sort of the background to it. And in the next episode on the Italian wars, we're going to start getting into the military campaigns and divided into the three parts
to the
that
battles
you discussed.
To the battles, yes. To the battles, to how the battles very rapidly change the way the war is fought, particularly with the use of combined arms, and the moment where the Spanish troops start to enter the fray, and the Spanish troops are bringing a lot of innovation inside the battlefields, but also how the human landscape around the war changes. Particularly, for instance, one of the elements is that the arrival of the French troops in Italy brings in the first large-scale documented epidemics of syphilis in Europe, which, again, is a big game changer. Because we are moving from the very oversexed and very sex-casual 15th century into the very sex-concerned 16th century, where it's very reminiscent of the AIDS epidemic. But some of the moral and psychological effects of these epidemics are quite relevant for how the war is conducted and how the human landscape around the war changes.
Right. And so we did the introduction, and in the introduction, we're trying to set up context. And it's very hard. It's very hard to get into the battles because this is an all-important war, a hugely significant war, and hugely under sort of written about war in the Angloid world, at least. So we have to get into some of the context. And in this episode, you said you wanted to get to the battles with sort of a little bit of context along the way, but we really want to get into the battles. Can you set up this episode for us?
Yes, it's as you say, this is the meat and potatoes and blood. Is a mixture of a lot of politics, a lot of blood, and it's all important. Why? Because this is, and I know I'm being possibly controversial here, but I strongly believe this. This is the start of a set of events that we unroll on several centuries, and will be all the European wars, the European rivalries between nation states that will end up with April 1945 and in the end of World War II. And so it's an all-important element of European history. Actually, Giuseppe Galasso was one of the greatest Italian historian of the second part of the 20th century. It's the real infancy and epiphany of the European nation states. everything starts from here, and everything begins from here, and all the complication and many of the elements that will become so peculiar about the European history are starting from the story that we will discuss today. Now, there are few elements that we have been mentioned on the last episode, but very quickly we will need to remind them again because it's important our audience will keep this in mind. The first is that this is a war that is being fought in what was Europe's most advanced, wealthiest, richest, whatever you want, space and our space, non-nation, because Italy didn't exist back then. So it's like, just to make a silly comparison, it's like Mexico becoming a world superpower, invading California, and California has no nukes, you know. It's very much like that. And this can
Silicon Valley
us.
being super smug, like we'll just invite Mexico in to take care of our neighbor problems.
Precisely.
And then
exactly.
Control.
The second thing is all this happens not in it's not the same mental and political space as the 100 Years' War. It's not a landscape where with one big city and everything else is just rural and with very few, with the rules that are just local and a low level, in fact, of knowledge and self-awareness of the population about the rules. Is a rule-obsessed society, very regulated and complex. It's not medieval. You know, I'm using the cliche. Actually, nobody believes in medieval in this way, but it's not the medieval wasteland, free for all that we see in some video games or in some movie. And we might, later on, we might tell a couple of episodes that may interest people listening to this about how rule-obsessed was the Italian political and mental space at the beginning of the 16th century.
Is this all of Italy? Is that rules obsessed, or is there? I mean, Naples as much as the Florence areas. Well, we know Venice was like that, but
Venice is definitely a very regulated society, but so Milan or Florence, they are very regulated. Actually, even Rome is like that. Naples as a city is very important. Naples has a fantastic political and also cultural tradition back then. Is considered a sort of Paris of the South. The rest of the southern Italy is more feudal, but being feudal doesn't mean is a free-for-all. Okay, try to, as much as you may forget, people listening to this may forget about all those medieval cliches where local lords could do whatever they wanted and violence could be used as needed by the individual and not by armies or by large group of people. The better it is. Also, remember that we are moving from a society, the society of the Italian Renaissance at the end of the 15th century, that was in general relatively relaxed and even sex positive up to a certain place.
You mean like sexually liberal, relatively sexually liberal?
Yes, exactly. At least tolerant up to a certain point, with a big distinction between the public and the private sphere of people. It's important to note that the war changes much of this, not everything, but much of this, particularly in central and southern Italy. The effect of the Charles invasion, the initial French invasion, the Savonarola affair that we're going briefly to discuss later, and also the coming of syphilis as a as a mass health problem, will change a lot of this and make this society strangely more backward than it was before the beginning of the war.
So syphilis is going to be a big effect, kind of like the AIDS crisis of its day. You also talked about the military sort of aspect and the military technologies and how influential those were. And you kind of compared it to the 30 Years' War, which, that it was actually more revolutionary in a sense than what happened in the 30 Years' War.
Yes, because the pike, the first thing is very important to note. The pike and shot tactics that were used overwhelmingly during the 30 Years' War they are, developed and perfected during the Italian wars. The tercios are a product of the Italian wars. The combined artillery, cavalry, or artillery infantry tactics and the development, the very rapid development of fire weapons is something of the Italian wars. Just to make you an example, talking about something that we have been discussing in a previous series, Venice, everybody talks about the French artillery, but actually Venice is making a lot of investment over at the end of the 15th century and the beginning of the 16th to try to develop a modern artillery. For instance, few people knows that Venice is the first European power that experiment seriously with shrapnel, fragmented projectiles, and with projectiles that could explode with poison gas.
Oh, wow.
They are the first to do that. They do that.
Poison gas?
Yes, poison gas. They are the first to try to think seriously about it. And there are a lot of discussion about how this could have been the result of an exchange of technology between them and the Ottoman Empire. Because at the same time, the Ottoman Empire is making, on a more limited scale, experiments about that. But the first European power that is serious about the idea of having poison gas in projectiles is.
You could see how that would be very useful in the kind of warfare that was still big, siege warfare with forts and stuff.
Yes,
right?
Yes. Because artillery at the beginning is mainly a siege weapon. Right. It's not a kind of weaponry that is supposed to be used largely on the battlefield because there is a problem of mobility. Mm-hmm. But the problem of mobility is solved, again, when you always see these in every century. When a military technology becomes important, a lot of money is spent on it. And so the evolution of this technology is very rapidly. Mm-hmm. People, you still read political commentators or historians at the mid 15th century, just saying that yes, gunpowder is a novelty. It will take forever to, and then less than 100 years later, we will see battles like Pavia or Ceresole ed Alba, the great slaughter that we're going to discuss in a future episode, that are completely dominated by the use of weaponry. Also,
right, and then like at Pavia, as I recall, the Swiss infantry actually said, "Oh, don't talk nonsense about their artillery. We're going to go through them like a knife through butter." Well, no.
No. Because, and again, this is a great point, because the other element that is predominant in the evolution of the military technology in this period is the miniaturization. The artillery becomes smaller, and also
for mobility.
For mobility. And also there is the development of the arquebus. The two most important weapons that are developed in terms of hardware. We're talking hardware here. Mm-hmm. That are developed in this moment are the arquebus that becomes, is not an invention of the early 15th century. It was invented, the early 16th century. It was invented before. But it becomes something mass-produced, okay? Mm-hmm. And very much more mobile, much more accurate. But the other element is the light artillery, the Falconetto, for instance. If you remember, John,
Profession of Arms. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, it doesn't have to have a big caliber. It doesn't have to have a big barrel. It can penetrate the armor that could repel arquebus bullets.
Exactly, and could be mass produced. And also the whole thing is that most of the artillery in the 15th century was actually not made of solid tubes. Okay, cannons in mid 15th century, around 1450, were not made of a single tube casted somewhere and fire and stuff. They were made by actually steel plates that were taken together by iron belts. Actually, they were not steel; they were all made of irons that were taken together, tied together by belts. So they had limits over the quantity of gunpowder you could put in them, and the distance and the weight of the projectile. Because, of course, if you would put too much gunpowder in them, the gun will explode. And the change in casting technology, in metal technology, makes at some point gives those arsenals, which are overwhelmingly southern Germany, northern Italy, and parts of France, but at some point it becomes to be diffused and also in Spain for obvious reason. Those arsenals start to produce actual gun barrels. Okay, mm-hmm. And this change everything, because at this point you can have smaller barrels, longer, and you can fire instead of stones, because at the beginning those big guns that are selling stones or pieces of
like
metal,
a big boulder or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you're throwing rocks at curtain walls in the beginning,
right?
Yeah, mm-hmm. And they start to fire at some point. They start to invent cannonballs. Right. They are made of bronze. They are made of irons. Different types of metal, and these change everything. But when we start our story during the invasion, Charles VIII invasion of Italy and the first Italian wars.
Charles VIII, the King of France.
French Charlie. We'll just call him French Charlie.
Yeah. French Charlie, exactly. The son of Louis XI. When he is invading Italy, everybody makes a big deal of his artillery. But the artillery, because also is a mobile artillery, being moved over wheels, and they're crossing the Alps with many of these guns. But actually, those guns are very ineffective, and we're going to see that in the battlefield. They are very good to besiege and breach medieval, early medieval walls, vertical and thin.
Curtain
they
walls.
Start, and they are castle walls, exactly. Yeah. And they start to be very ineffective, useless when they are confronted with the so-called Italian type fortifications that are low and very thick. Okay, and just to start our story, we have already discussed at the beginning, September 3, 1984, Charles invades
1494.
1494, so exactly. Charles, King of France, enters Italy. There is the massacre of the population of Rapallo near Genoa that set the tone for the entire campaign, because there is a deliberate use on French side of terror tactics. They are called the French Fury. Okay, there is a name for that. Charles is followed by his cousin Louis, that is Louis of Orleans, that will become later king as Louis XII, which is pursuing a separate claim over the city of Novara and the Milanese state.
Yeah, we're gonna. I mean, we have many claims and dynastic rivalries, and as you said, a lot of them aren't going to be that important for the story,
No.
right? We just need somebody has an alleged right to something, and they try and see if they can take it.
Exactly. In this case, it's important because over the overall story of the war, because initially Charles has been somehow, let's say, favored or even called by the ruler of Milan, Ludovico il Moro. At this point, Ludovico il Moro quickly understands he made a mistake because the French army is coming to stay. Okay, and this is very clear to everybody right from the beginning. But it takes, because of this smugness, because of this feeling of superiority, it takes some time to the Italian rulers to understand they're having a problem.
Mark's example of what if Silicon Valley called in a foreign army to deal with, I don't know, a zoning problem in Sunnyvale or something. That sounds very familiar. I just wanted to say one other thing, and it's digressive, but I got to say it. It's like when you talk about the sex positive feeling of Renaissance Italy at its peak, I can't help thinking of Boccaccio and the Decameron. Boccaccio defines this world in a lot of ways. He's part of an international banking family, which is able to bypass completely the old aristocratic feudal order. They don't mess around with horses and swords and farms. They deal with money. They move around Europe easily.
Exactly.
And he describes a Florentine upper crust that really enjoys sex a lot. And the most amazing thing is he's describing the onset of the terrible 1348 plague, but nowhere in that collection of stories is it implied that somehow sex led to all this problem. I mean, the narrators are flirting with each other nonstop as they tell the stories, meanwhile facing the fact that they may all die tomorrow.
Yeah, the society that emerges from the Black Death is a society that want to live, want to have fun. The society that's going to emerge from the Italian wars is a society that is obsessed by religious differences, begins to be obsessed by national differences. It's a grimmer society. Yeah. This is a great paradox, but the society that emerges from the Black Plague is much more optimistic at some. We survived. We are alive. This is great. And while the society particularly of the 17th century, is a society that seems to live under a gigantic sense of guilt over everything on one side, and on the other side, it seems to be obsessed with, the difference. I'm not you. I'm not like you. I'm part of a different group. This is something that has been discussed in some recent book about this idea that the fragmentation that you have in society after the Italian wars, it really makes a big difference between the kind of sense of unity. We are all in this together that you get on the post Black Death and the society described by Boccaccio. This is absolutely real. And it's interesting to note that, just to see one first example of this turn to a more conservative outlook of the Italian society happens right away at the beginning of the invasion, because Charles, the King of France, arrives he wants to go to Naples, so he decides, going on the Adriatic side of Italy is not possible because there is Venice and you cannot mess around with Venice. So the best thing to do is to go on the Tyrrhenian side, the western side of the peninsula. So he decided to pass through the Tuscany, and so going near Florence, richest place in Europe, blah, 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 blah. The point is they arrive and the French arrive, they're immediately confronted with a very large and very powerful new fortress, Sarzana. Part of this fortress is still, still here to be visited, and it could be easy for the Florence rulers to, stop or at least slow down this passage. Too bad that the ruler of Florence is a dude whose name is Piero, nicknamed the Fatus. My nickname is the poor slob. It's some people who like it more. Call him Piero the Unfortunate, who is the son of Lorenzo il Magnifico,
I mean, and that in itself is such a
So
striking...
it has to be the opposite.
Yeah, a striking example of why hereditary monarchy doesn't guarantee you anything.
Yeah.
I mean, Lorenzo
Exactly.
the Magnificent really was magnificent. And
Yes.
as Walter would say, and yet his son is a dunce.
Yeah, exactly. And he's a total dunce because on one side, Piero is a coward, a coward, a real coward, an entitled coward. I don't know how to define it. Someone with a label, I'm a coward. And on the other side, he's also completely obsessed and fascinated by the French monarchy, this idea of these powerful kings, still locked into this sort of late Middle Age mentality with large armies. So when he's sent by the Florence is a republic, is not a dukedom. Okay, so Piero is a de facto ruler because he's part of a local oligarchy, but he's not the ruler. He's not entitled to do anything. He's still sent because he's a Medici to negotiate with Charles, and the first thing you do is giving Charles everything. You can have everything. You can pass. You can get this fortress, that fortress over there. Do whatever you want. We are friends. And much to the astonishment of Charles himself, who say, "Wow,
You're a dummy, aren't you?"
Exactly. Wow. I thought they were a bit tougher than that. Yeah. And when Piero comes back to Florence, the obvious happens. It's Florence. So there is a popular revolt. The Medici are and Piero himself are kicked out from the city. They won't return for a couple of decades. All their followers are massacred because, it's Florence. And and the Republic is somehow reaffirmed, but there is an element that changes everything, and this element is Girolamo Savonarola, a friar, a Dominican friar, who had made a name into the city because of this firebrand kind of, he was a preacher. He was mostly a preacher. He had a very good way with words, and it was real.
There is a pattern here that defeat and humiliation leads to jihadism.
This is exactly what happens. Of course, there is famous. Savonarola is well known because he's supposed to have prophesied the arrival of Charles as a sort of Cyrus, later day Cyrus destroying Babylon. And of course, that the whole the basis of his preaching is this city has lost its morality, and we are ruled by corrupt people who are thinking too much about sex and money and everything else. So we have to return to a stricter, sterner morality. And the obvious happens for a couple of years. Florence moves from becoming one of the most easygoing places in Europe into a theocratic republic, complete with morality police. These I putti, they are called. Putti is a Tuscanian word that means the boys, who are young people who goes around beating or arresting, everyone who is, breaching this new pattern of morality, like women dressing, the woman dressed not modestly, people, engaging in homosexual, any kind of effeminate or homosexual behavior. And they start this thing that becomes proverbial, the bonfires of vanities, which are the destruction actually of jewels, pagan works of art and everything else. And these won't last long and won't last well, because at some point Savonarola goes into a head-on collision with the Pope, the Borgia Pope, Alexander VI, but he will be executed in a couple of years. But it's still this story that is, I'm just giving a very brief recap. It's much longer than that, but just to give you an idea, is important because it's in one of the places where humanism, the cradle of humanism, right, and one of the places where the general mentality was more not secular, because secular is another thing, but close to secular for what was the 16th century, at some point becomes a theocratic republic, at most overnight. Okay, and this is a lesson, because we have seen that even in the 20th century. Okay, yes. As John say, humiliation, bring back this kind of behavior. So Charles, having dispensed with Tuscany, moves through the papal state with a mix of threatening use of force and negotiation. He makes sure the Pope, the Borgia Pope, Alexander VI, won't do anything, and then they arrive. Meanwhile, they destroy, sack, and massacre the population of few places, unlucky places that are just chosen. Just again, there is a deliberate use of terror tactics here. Is just made to make sure everybody will understand that the French army means business. Okay.
Yeah, this is a pretty standard pattern. Mongol pattern as well. You have the option to surrender, and if you surrender, things will not be that bad. They may not be great. They won't be that bad, or total annihilation.
And you need to make some demonstrations of that to make it clear.
Yeah. Remember one thing also. There is one element that reinforces the so-called French fury is the fact that the French army is very young. Wow. Particularly the leaders are very young. This because it is a choice made by King Charles. King Charles wants to have his friends in key roles, and his friends are just part of his entourage,
he's young
close
too,
entourage.
Right?
Yes, he's young, he's very young, and his friends are young too. So there are very few, there are a couple of, experienced commander that could understand when it's appropriate to use terror and when terror is just a way to create problems with the locals. They are young, they believe to be at the center of the world, they're convinced to be invincible. you know the how these things go. Okay, there are still few important commanders. The most important, by the way, is Italian. It's called Gian Giacomo Trivulzio, and we are going to meet Gian Giacomo Trivulzio, who's a condottiero, is a mercenary commander. We're going to discuss Gian Giacomo Trivulzio in a couple of more occasions. At this point, Gian Giacomo Trivulzio is still young and still has a secondary role. But the first events of the invasion will make this more experienced military commander more prominent later. But at the beginning, you see this, bunch of testosterone loaded and heavily armed young French who are just convinced that they could, they can go with whatever happens. And when they arrive to Naples, the reputation of the French army is so great that actually there is no resistance. The king of the Aragonese king of Naples, Ferrandino, flees. The Neapolitan feudal lords who have been engaged into a long duel with the king, the Aragonese king, are just enthusiastic about the arrival of the French. It's called the Chalk War. The Chalk, because the only thing that the French need to do, the only effort they have to do when they arrive to Naples is to mark with chalk the requisitioned houses in Naples.
Wow, that's interesting. The Chalk War. Okay, no resistance, just mark with chalk every place that has something you want. Wow.
Yeah, and is very easy. This is the highest moment of the invasion from the French point of view. From now on, everything turns for the worse. I mean, the whole thing, of course, collapses. The war charade collapses very quickly. And there are many reasons for that. The first thing is that at this point, Venice mobilizes. Charles arrives in Naples in February, and in January, Venice had mobilized because they had just decided the whole thing had lasted too long. Venice was relatively acquiescent to the French presence because they they needed to have a weakened Neapolitan kingdom to occupy Puglia and occupy the ports, the all important ports on the Adriatic side they need to use for the war with the Ottomans. At this point,
Venice is using ports on the Adriatic side of the Italian peninsula. Is that right?
Yes.
And with the acquiescence of the Kingdom of Naples, or not? Or
no,
is it
the King of Naples was completely against until he discovered, the whole thing
until
changed.
They needed Venice, basically.
The whole thing changed. The turnaround was Otranto. Otranto demonstrated it was very difficult for the King of Naples, for the Aragonese to control Puglia. They were risking an Ottoman invasion every other day. So at this point, they started to discuss with Venice the possibility to have those ports controlled by them in order to have...
Yeah, I mean, after all, Naples is on the other coast, and they need a power that's focused on the Adriatic, and Venice would be the natural choice. There's a question, though, that occurred to me that I thought I should ask. What happened to the pact among the Italian city-states to cooperate against an invader?
This is the moment where it is reactivated, because what happened is the reason of the war. Milan had initially sided with the French because they wanted to make sure they had the interest into the Kingdom of Naples being wiped out. Florence had decided to side initially with the French because Piero was an idiot. And the Pope initially felt himself in a situation where the French king told Alessandro, listen, if you resist, you're going to face my army and blah, 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 massacres, destruction. We're going to take Rome and so on and so forth. But on the other hand, I may help you to regain control of the Adriatic side, which is, if you think in hindsight, it was pretty stupid because the Adriatic side meant going in direct collision with Venice. And of course, the King of France was much more interested in an alliance with Venice than with anyone else, particularly because Charles really seriously thought about the possibility to use southern Italy as a springboard to an invasion of the eastern Mediterranean. Too bad. At this point, Venice will add none of it, because they say first the French army could never face the Ottoman army. This is there are
and Venice would know. Right?
No,
Venice
yes.
would know.
Yeah, there are the reports. Marin Senudo, was this excellent political and writer and diarist Venetian, who was part of the Venetian bureaucracy, so knew about what was happening in the Council of the Ten and the Senate. There were discussions about that. They were saying they could never face, such an army could never face the Ottomans. Okay, yeah. They have a terrible logistics, and in fact, the reason the first alarm bell for Charles once he's in Naples is that his logistics is completely in tatters, because the French fleet cannot reach Naples because the Mediterranean is being patrolled by the Aragonese fleet that is much stronger, much better than that. And
Aragonese, I'm sorry, Aragonese meaning Kingdom of Naples or Aragonese meaning Spain?
Both, because at this point, the Aragonese is the Kingdom of Naples was ruled by a branch of the Aragon dynasty, who was at this point was a completely separate branch, but still maintained the relationship with Spain. Of course, Spain at some point had claims about that.
Right.
So the Ottoman link is interesting, because one thread that keeps coming back in this story is, depending on who's pope at the moment, but some popes screaming, never mind fighting among each other. What about the Ottomans? Because after all, this is, the beginning of the 16th century, and Constantinople finally fell in 1453. The Ottoman army is absolutely unstoppable. I mean, as the Venetians said, there's nothing in Europe that could face them. It's moving up the Balkans, and the papal authorities, some popes anyway, are saying, come on, stop it. But always there's this focus on your local enemies and how much you want to hurt them, and it never leads to anything in the way of a crusade against the Ottomans.
Exactly. But this is a moment in relation to precisely to what you are saying right now. This is the moment where the international weight of Venice versus the rest of the Italian state becomes more apparent, because the point is, it's true that the Medici have very good personal relationship with the Sultan, but the point is, if the Sultan has to decide whoever in Italy to talk with, he always going to call Venice, but for obvious reason. I mean, they are the more reasonable people, they have the biggest infrastructure. In the end, they are in a non-stop war, but being at war doesn't mean that you cannot discuss. Okay, so it turns out that we have been already discussing this in the Venice series. It turns out that Venice is very often more interested in dealing with whatever happened east of Venice, and whatever fallout the Italian events will have in the Venice relationship with the Ottoman and Balkan world, in whatever may be any bogus or not so bogus claim Venice may have on Italian rulership, okay? And on the other hand, the Pope, there is always this moment where, and there is no Pope that appreciate enough the fact that the only nation that could really start, the only Italian nation, Italian power that could really start a coherent politics to retake control of the eastern Mediterranean seaboard is Venice. Because in the end, you're right about the Pope saying, yeah, we should go against them. But the popes always need to, to deal with local matters. Like typical example is the Borgia Pope Alexander VI, who is obsessed to have his son Cesare, the famous Valentino, in the name given him by Machiavelli, to have a dukedom in Romagna recognized by the emperor. So the local politics always is more important than the international outlook for everyone except for Venice. This is the great difference, is one of the great difference. We're going to see more, but the only nation, the only Italian power that thinks internationally is Venice. Okay.
Is that in part also because Venice is pretty much impregnable, or seems to be, from within, from a land invasion from a European power, or is that just because they're so maritime? They already are such an international power.
Definitely the second.
Okay.
Venice becomes interested in land defense only after the War of the League of Cambrai. Before that, they are thalassocracy. They are a complete thalassocracy. They are sea power. They are,
right.
I mean, they are interested into the stato della terraferma, their land possession, just as, because for cultivation, because they need wheat and everything, right, and resources, and, as a buffer. But they are completely projected east,
Right.
And only the War of the League of Cambrai will make them acutely aware how weak they could become, or they had become at some point on the Italian side, despite the fact that they have fought against Milan for the control of the Padania Plain of northern Italy for most of the 15th century. But these they were the Venetian oligarchy was very good at trying to understand what was more important for them, and for them this is again an element that need to be appreciated. For them, east and south and east was always more important than north and west. Okay,
that's where all the business was, right? I mean,
yes, because
the trade,
was where business. Yeah. The spice must flow.
The spice,
just to check.
Literally.
Okay, yeah, the spice must flow. So this is the moment that Venice mobilized. Charles becomes suddenly wakes up discovering he literally risk starving or not having any kind of logistic or real military logistic if he stays in Naples. And so the population, while the elites in Naples were very much enthusiastic about the French, the population hate them immediately. There are problems, and also the syphilis start to be a problem. It seems that...
Well, yeah, especially if you think two things happen at the same time. The French arrive and syphilis starts exploding in the population. Maybe a few logicians would say, that's post hoc ergo propter hoc, but most people are going to say, the French did it.
Yeah. This is what they say. And also, it's never good to have a a bunch of testosterone-loaded conscription age teenagers, running your place. No, not good. So, well, what happens is that at some point Charles understands he had to leave, and he's convinced that he had to leave. So he just leaves a garrison and a part of his army that he will win an initial battle against the Aragonese. At this point, the Aragonese have a comeback, and the Aragonese king will reoccupy Naples in May, a few days after Charles leave, May 1495. And the French army just rushes north because they start to be obsessed with this idea. They're going to be trapped. They're going to be trapped. And they know that their spies are telling them, and their informers are telling them, that the Venetians are raising an army and are collecting an alliance of different armed forces to stop them. In reality, when they are going to meet in the battle that we are going to discuss right now, the Battle of Fornovo, the Italian, quotes, army is 90% Venetian. All the other powers, Florence is just out of the picture. The Pope sends very few soldiers, and the only Italian power that just contributes to up to a certain point is Milan, because at this point Ludovico il Moro is terrified at the idea that the French may, Ludovico il Moro is another of those smug local rulers that one day wakes up and says, "Oh, I'm weak, I'm desperately weak. I thought I was strong, but these people is stronger than me." So Charles crosses the Alps and trying to aim toward one of the easiest passage on the Alps in summer is just south of Parma. And he arrives with his army just south of Parma in a place called Fornovo. And he meets the Venetian army, blocking the way north. So the French at this point have been decimated by, they are definitely not in the situation they were in September. They've been decimated by desertion. The part of the army has remained in Naples, trying to keep the kingdom and the city, in particular, French. And they are tired. They're desperately tired. They still want out. Charles is obsessed with the idea of being captured. On the other hand, the French is still the French army. They're very cavalry heavy and artillery heavy, but they have excellent infantry. That is the Swiss infantry. On the other side, we have a typical condottieri Italian army of the late 15th century. So that is also cavalry heavy, but with a nice mix of heavy and light cavalry, and the light cavalry is made by the Stradiotti that we have been already discussing in the Venice series last year, or a couple
Can
years
you
ago.
can you just sum up again what the Stradiotti are?
They are Greeks and Albanian auxiliary forces, light cavalry, with a reputation for speed and ferocity that is almost unparalleled in Europe. They are very light in armor. They don't have those big heavy cavalry horses. They use Turkish or North African horses, and they act as a light cavalry, so they flank attacks, rear guard attacks, and they have a reputation for being extremely bloody and extremely efficient. And the Venetian army is still based on an evolution of what has been for a couple of centuries or 3 centuries, the standard heavy cavalry organization based on the lance. The lance means there is the knight with his heavy armor. At this point, everybody has plate armors of the most modern fashion. So chainmail has almost disappeared, and they are supported by. At this point, they are supported by 2 light infantry soldiers plus 1 person armed, first initially with a crossbow and later with an arquebus. This is called a lancia. It's the basic tactical unit of the late Middle Ages, early modern.
As I recall, that developed out of the French failure to deal with longbow.
Yes,
enemy.
exactly.
And it was much more effective in the later parts of the 100 Years' War against that kind of force.
Exactly, because it works like just to make because it sounds very complicated. Actually, it's very easy. Think about a tank. A tank needs infantry support. Okay, it's the same thing. A knight at the moment is very effective and can be incredibly efficient once it's used in a charge. But if he's isolated without tactical support, it can be very quickly overwhelmed and killed by archers, or at this point archers are all but disappeared, but in particular by infantry. And now let's dispel a myth about the battles of this age, because everybody, particularly on YouTube, you will see again and again videos of people claiming there was the moment after the 100 Years' War, there was the moment of the decadence of heavy cavalry. This is not true. Heavy cavalry was still very important. It worked because actually heavy cavalry was not anymore the plodding, often very difficult to maneuver and sometimes very undisciplined cavalry French cavalry that fought at Crécy, where attacks were made on piecemeal fashion.
I remember, Annibale, when you described Crécy during your great 100 Years' War series, how one or another French baron would show up after the battle had begun and say, "Oh, those are the English over there? Okay, my guys are going to charge them." And someone would try to say, "Well, no."
Stop. Yes. Stop. Exactly. Yeah. Okay, this is a completely different heavy cavalry. They are actually rehearsing the charges. They are training. They are called, now they have a name, they are called the gendarmes on the French side. Gendarme, that will later become in French the name for policeman, and also in Italian gendarme is a name for a policeman. It means gendarmes, men of arms, men at arms, and they are actually rehearsing the charges. They are trained people, and when they charge, we're going to see it in the battles of Marignano and particularly in Pavia. They can be absolutely fearsome. They can do complex maneuver over every kind of terrain. And also they have a very good support. At this point, they have a very good support from infantry, from the Swiss infantry, and from artillery. So the French army at Fornovo is still something that on paper is a fearsome mass of military, of armed people. But on the other hand, they are very tired, and it turns out that when they start to use the artillery in the context of a plain divided by a river passing in the middle doesn't work as well. What happened is that the French see the Italian army blocking them, and they are moving north, and they have the river Taro that then goes to Parma to their right. So at this point, there is some kind of negotiation between the leaders of the two armies. The French ask for free passage, and the Italians say, no, we won't let you pass. So at this point, the French just decide to cross the river. It's summer, so the river is not particularly swollen, but it's a bit more swollen than it should be because there's been rain in the last few days. So they cross to the right, to the left side bank. And on the left side bank, they meet the Stradiotti, because the Stradiotti have already moved to the left side in order to attack the French on the flanks. So the French have some difficulty at this point to try to create a coherent unity of maneuver. They still manage to disperse, not exactly disperse, but to create three battle units from north to south on the left side of the river, while the Italian army still have to cross. But they are immediately, the southern side, and particularly the camp, the French camp, is immediately attacked by the Stradiotti. The French answer with artillery. The artillery makes a lot of smoke, a lot of noise, but actually has very little effect on the Italian cavalry, except to scare the horses. This is the only effect. We have the diaries of the people who were there, and the only effect was to scare the horses, so to create problem for the Italian cavalry to make a movement across the river. The big problem on the Italian side are two. One is systemic, as they say, is the usual Venetian arrangement with two commanders. And this need to be explained, and I mentioned this on the Venice series. The Venetians were always very cautious about the idea of having people too much in control of their armored forces. So they tended to have two commanders to their army. One military commanders are sort of political commissar, let's call it like this. In this case, the two commanders were two Gonzaga, and one of the two Gonzaga was much more experienced than the other one. The other one, the younger one, Francesco Gonzaga, was just sort of learning the ropes. Still, there was not a lot of coordination between the two. And these people was leading the cavalry. So basically, the Venetians just see the French on the other side of the river. There is this exchange, brief exchange of fire. At this point, the Venetians cross, and they are attacking directly the Swiss infantry. And the Swiss infantry managed to, is at this point is the best infantry in Europe. The Swiss square managed to hold, okay. But while the Swiss squares are managing to hold, and this is, I want to tell one thing, because I've seen few documentaries, let's call it like that, on YouTube about the Battle of Fornovo, but no one seems to get the battle right, because they seems to imply the French resisted for the 3 hours the battle went on, and then they just decided to leave. This is not true. The northern side, the northern wing of the French resisted. The southern wing, because of a combined pressure of the Stradiotti cavalry, that at this point was probably more interested in trying to kill as much people as they could and capture as much booty as they could. So they were concentrated on the southern wing of the French army. But the southern wing at some point just collapsed, and the French king had to run away, literally escape the battlefield. Now, the second problem the Venetian had is not a problem, but it was the orders the Venetian army had was not to pursue the French king, was just, the Senate had just told to the Gonzaga, just usher them away from Italy, but don't try to capture the king because this is going to create a lot of political problems.
That's a strange decision. What was the thinking behind that?
Because
they wanted France out, right? They wanted France out. They didn't want to give them a reason to come back.
Yeah, but if you've got a hostage who happens to be king...
No, there was a reason. Actually, it was good thinking because, of course, Venetian had the best intelligence in Europe. And they knew that the second they were going to capture Charles, Louis, that was much north and was free, would just claim we say, okay, no, Charles has been captured. I'm the king. It was his cousin. He had a very strong claim on the throne.
You mean Louis d'Orléans, the one who was trying to take
particularly that will become
Milan or something?
Louis the 12th.
Right.
So this was the Venetian decision was, sure, if we capture Charles, we can ask for, a ransom, whatever you want. But politically, it's going to be a disaster because we will have probably a much more capable, a much stronger king with half of the army free and free to return to France, reorganize the whole thing and start another war.
That's a very sophisticated decision.
Yeah.
Very disciplined.
Yes. But it's still controversial, and it will become controversial, particularly under the filter on what was the Machiavelli judgment of the battle. Because what happens is that the French leave. Charles returns first to Asti, and then crosses back the Alps and goes back to France, so vowing to return. And in Venice, the whole battle is treated as a great victory. We won. We did what we wanted to do. We won. We're great. We're good.
We won because we chased them from their point of view. Chased them back to France.
Away. We will remain that. Actually,
but didn't they suffer more casualties? Or if I'm not mistaken?
This is controversial. This is this is something that is treated as settled in a lot of stuff you see on the internet. But this is completely controversial. We don't have a real idea how much casualties both sides had. They were high. They were actually high, particularly in the encounter between the cavalry and the Swiss, the Swiss squares in the north. But still, the number of casualties, unlike some other battle that we're going to see later on, turned out to be inconsequential. Definitely, there were more casualties on the Italian side, but how much more means is still completely controversial. The real black mark on Fornovo is that at some point the Italian political writer later on, definitely with insight, they decided it was a sort of Lexington. I call it always a Lexington in reverse. The battle that made Italy, because we left the king the French king go away. We should have destroyed the army. We should have captured him. And for Machiavelli, it was clear the fault was all on Venice, because Machiavelli hated Venice.
Right.
Machiavelli was a total moralist. Machiavelli was an admirer of the Roman Republic. Was someone convinced that the past is always fatally, doomed to repeat itself, and you should always learn from the past to avoid repeating, the same mistake.
Right.
And he believed that virtue, in terms of having a clear-cut political goal, very much related to your personal claim to power, was the most important thing. Also, he believed that chance was important, but you could dominate chance. So his idea was, it's Venice. Venice is an oligarchy. There is this idea that they are still obsessed with their seafaring empire. They are not like the Romans, because in the end, if you read Machiavelli, I personally think is probably the most overrated Italian author ever.
Yeah, I was going to ask, what's his reputation in Italy? I mean, his reputation in the Anglo world, but
he's considered a genius, the father of political theory. But personally, I know Machiavelli very well. I must say, without being too, delving too much into details, I even contributed to some writing on Machiavelli. So I know Machiavelli very well. And Machiavelli very often was talking about things he didn't really know, just because he had this, he had a personal obsession to try to become something important, and at some point becoming the ruler of, or at very least one of the major contributors,
top advisor,
to that, top advisor,
think,
something.
Yeah, like that's why they love him. I think so many political scientists dream of being like in universities, and the neocons love him because they dream like he does. He's sort of the patron saint of people who dream of being the brains behind the throne.
Yes,
Dan Quayle's brain. Yeah.
Yes, because he's the patron saint of people who believes you can have a magic formula to solve everything in politics. Yeah. This is the main problem I have with Machiavelli. Right. And he has this reputation for being cynic, he hated people.
Yeah, very cynical. He just broke things down. But you talk about him like he's more of a obsessive moralist in a way.
Yeah, so he hated people. He was a misanthrope. He detested people, didn't like people. He thought that people was just inherently bad. But at the same time, he seemed to believe you could build this kind of... we're very close to the technotopia material. Not technotopia, because there was not technology back then, but very much the idea you can have someone like, Silicon Valley,
the technocrats running things.
Of the 15th century, solving magically stuff by using, very simple formulas. And he repeats that again and again and again, particularly because he's convinced that you can always dominate fortune.
Mark, it somehow reminds me of Jack Welch and that era, like the boss who has a formula to solve all the HR stuff. Right.
Yeah.
The GE guy. Jack Welch, the GE guy, yes.
Yeah.
Know him very well.
Yeah, but I also think of, the Bill Cristols and stuff who fancied themselves as Machiavellian in a lot, and Leo Strauss.
Oh, the dream of being the vizier, the one who whispers, or the Richelieu, the one who whispers in the ruler's ear.
And who's so clever, so hyper super clever among all the riffraff that he can be publicly virtuous but privately scheming and cynical.
Yeah, which is the prince is the Prince mantra. The Prince is Machiavelli's most well-known
of course.
book. And on in contrast with Machiavelli, we had Francesco Guicciardini. Machiavelli and Guicciardini were living in the same age. Guicciardini was a top advisor of the Pope, of the Secretary of State of the Pope, and was much more involved in the practical elements of power, including doing bad stuff, particularly repressing revolts and things like that in the name of the Pope. And he was also the other top political writer in Italy, much less known than Machiavelli, because he never had all the Jacobean and Anglo writers of the Tudor and Jacobean era.
Italy has always been more useful as a way of displacing all your kind of exciting decadent dreams to the south. Like I grew up on Robert Browning's poetry, and it's like everybody in Italy is always either hissing their hatreds for each other or dropping some poison in somebody's cocktail.
Yes. Exactly. Which did happen, actually. But
yes.
That's not the point.
I have to say, though, I read Machiavelli long, I think it was in college, but I was pretty impressed by his writing, his rhetoric. I mean, it had a very modern feel.
Very good writer. So we can compare Machiavelli with Francesco Guicciardini, as I've said, and Guicciardini was the author of one of the most revered histories of Italy during this age, and he had interestingly, why he was a personal friend of Machiavelli. He had a completely different approach to the history of politics. He was a realist. He thought that fortune, chance, was the overwhelming factor that decided the fortunes.
You mean luck?
Of luck. Yes. That decide the success or the defeat. He was much less of a misanthrope than Machiavelli, and in particular, he considered the greatest problem of Italy not the lack of virtue, of Roman virtues, also because Guicciardini was not so much enamored of the idea of finding example in the past for the present. He didn't thought that history was doomed to repeat itself. He thought that in general, what was the greatest problem for Italy was particularism. What is called particolarismo. I don't know if particularism is a right word to term. Localism. Okay. It was localism, and he thought that this was a problem that could not be solved. There was no magical formula that could overrule this Italian tendency to think always locally.
You could see why people took much more to Machiavelli, because in Machiavelli's system, you could be that super smart guy that Machiavelli is talking about,
yes,
and move mountains. Whereas under Guicciardini, it's the political expert, the Karl Rove. I mean, you only have so much influence. You're telling a much harder truth, which is, you can only do so much.
The truth being, you're probably not going to be the Kwisatz Haderach,
No, and the same, it's interesting because Guicciardini, in this sense, is much closer to Philippe de Comines, the guy we have mentioned, the French writer we have mentioned in the last episode. Because, de Comines was a bit more religious, while Guicciardini was definitely a humanist. But they both thought that there was no magic rule, there was no magic formula to win everything. And definitely, Guicciardini history of Italy is not a political manual. It's not something like how to become the king of the world in 5 simple lessons.
No, well, it's interesting that Guicciardini is, as far as I recall, never mentioned in most undergraduate courses where you
I've never
cannot
heard it.
avoid learning about
Which is a
Machiavelli.
pity. Which is a pity because in fact I think to understand personally as an historian is much better than Machiavelli. Machiavelli is too much obsessed by trying to prove his point.
Yeah, I remember a strange point in Machiavelli where he says, the Duke told me he had only failed to plan for one contingency, that he might be dying as his plans coalesced. And it's like, well, that counts too, you know?
Yes. Okay. So, but let's go back to Fornovo and to a couple of
Wrap up
Saracius. Yes, a couple of Saracius point. So Fornovo, as I say, the Charles had to leave the battlefield, leaving most of his possession in the end of the Italian army. And among his possession, there is treasures, weapons, tapestries, money, and also Charles' personal collection of porn, which is something that I think probably was appreciated by the Stradiotti.
Is this mainly pictures or writing?
No, pictures.
Okay, right.
Absolutely.
Well, because
No.
porn writing becomes a really big deal in France in the 18th century. But I would have thought. Yeah.
It was he had,
So it's like woodcut versions of Pornhub, basically.
yeah, sort of, and everything. You know, the next few months for Charles are really bad because he basically his army is not anymore in a fighting shape. His cousin Louis of Orleans is having a 1 hell of a time in Novara, where his army is starving, being besieged by the Milanese, for reasons that are too complicated to deal with, but definitely, believe me, that will make a great separate episode. Tragicomedy, later Renaissance tragicomedy at its purest level. And then at some point after, regaining a bit of strength and sorting off a sort of truce with Ludovico il Moro, with the Milanese, Charles goes back to France, vowing, I will return, a bit like in Terminator.
MacArthur.
Fashion.
Oh, okay, yeah.
MacArthur. Well,
it would have been better if it was Terminator. Return. Yeah.
Yeah. Except that 2 years later, 3 years later, Charles dies in a very weird domestic accident in his castle while preparing for a tennis match.
Tennis?
Tennis. Yeah. For a tennis match. He wanted to rush.
The French were big on tennis. They loved their tennis.
Yeah.
He wanted to rush to the tennis court below the castle. So he decided, because he's in a hurry, to pass through a passage in the castle that was called the P tunnel, because everybody used it in his, everybody living in the castle used this place as a sort of an official loo. So it was
urinal,
very stinky.
Okay.
Yeah, a urinal. Yeah. And so normally people will not pass through this, but he was in a hurry. So he went rushing through this place.
Holding his nose.
Holding his nose.
No less.
In the king.
Okay.
Yes. In the dark. And he smashed his skull against a low hanging, what is the upper part of a door. Basically, he smashes
door sill, whatever, door frame. Okay.
Breaking his skull, and he dies a couple of hours.
He was running fast.
Yes.
Or it was a lie, like, like Louis hired somebody.
No, it was true. It was a real domestic accident, and And 2 hours later, he died of a
Wow.
massive brain hemorrhage. And
for a guy
so,
who imagined himself retaking Jerusalem and, to die on your way to a tennis game in a toilet on a door. I mean, it's, not the heroic way to go.
no, absolutely not.
Yeah.
And so Louis, the Louis of Orleans, after waiting almost 30 years, finally becomes the king, because he was. It's a bit of a story like the Lion King.
I was just gonna say it is like the Lion King. That's so funny. Yeah.
Sort of. I was the first. I was the first in line. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I was the first in line. I was the first in line before this dude was born. And he had tried very hard to become the king. At this point, he becomes the king. So Louis want to return to Italy, want to conquer southern Italy, wants to conquer the Duchy of Milan, because he has ambition even there. And so he prepares his expedition much better than Charles did. I know that we are definitely going a bit late on our running time, so we're going to wrap it up here. But yes, in the next episode, we're going to discuss the second and third Italian wars that deals with Louis' attempts to try to repeat Charles' expedition with better results. And we are going to discuss the Battle of Cerignola with the actual beginning of the pike and shot era and the rise of the Spanish tercios. And then we are going to discuss much more interesting episode and much more military, the evolution of the military customs and the military strategy, and how much the Second and the Third World were important to set the stage for the great duel between Francis I and Charles, the fifth emperor of the Holy Roman Empire.
Austrian Charlie.
Austrian Charlie, exactly.
Austrian Charlie versus French Francis.
He wasn't Austrian. Actually, he was Flemish Charlie. But yes, okay, it could be Austrian. could be okay.
All right, good. Well, this is great.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. A lot of meat, potatoes, and blood there. So let's wrap this episode up, and then we're gonna go to our next episode. Yes, as he said, we're gonna follow Louis. This will be Louis the 12th, who was Louis of Orleans. His attempt to do a better job than his dead brother Charles did, or dead cousin, I guess Charles did in French in Italy.
Now, I really want to get back to this and see what happens next time around.
First of all, Annibale.
Hello.
You're on the line. All right.
Yes, here I am.
Okay, good. So thanks again for joining us for the next installment of the Italian Wars series. There was no way this was going to be easy. Last episode was great. We got right down to, the big bloody gory wars, the start of it anyway.
Yeah, and, I think we should call it, Stradiotti, porn, and syphilis.
Yes, syphilis as
well. And believe me, we'll get much worse.
I believe you. I definitely.
The Warner promise.
Yes, bloodier, and even more filled with strange episodes, including a guest appearance by Sheeps.
Wow.
Okay, Sheep.
Believe me.
I do. So, just a brief recap of the last one. The King Charles, a young king, comes to the throne, has a lot of hot ideas, decides he wants to take Naples, takes the French army down to Naples along the way, massacres a lot of Italians. Italians are thinking, why did we let them come here? And then pretty much has to flee, and on his way back has this very indeterminate, ugly battle with a coalition of Italian forces, really mostly Venetian forces. And that was the Battle of Fornovo that we talked about. And that battle, it definitely didn't go well. Definitely did not go well for the French.
No.
I guess it would be kind of a hard victory for the Italians, more or less. Was that how you would sum it up?
It was, let's say, it was a tactical defeat, a clear-cut tactical defeat for the French. It was not a strategic victory for Italy on the long term, but for the results, the outcome of the war, it was a strategic victory. On the long term, however, again, seeing in insight, it was not a victory. Why? Right. But that's the reason is that it simply the war in general, the first war in general, had the result to make clear to the European power that Italy may have been rich, may have been advanced, whatever you want, but it was desperately weak in political military terms. It was a much divided place, and in particular, apart from Venice, he had no military power to confront the big armies of the nation states like France
so
or
like
Spain.
Unpopular opinion, as they say. A line of crosses all the way to the French border with, Charles and his friends, one each, might have worked better. I'm just saying.
Yes. No, yeah, I totally agree with that. And in general, what happens, but let's be clear on this. Charles' expedition is a disaster for France. There is no result. There is no real immediate political results. They don't conquer anything because after the French garrison that has been left in Naples collapses, and there are just few strongholds left to French control, while the Aragonese reconquer everything, and King Ferrandino returns on the throne in Naples.
Right, so the French lost Naples, basically.
Yes. They lost.
So they conquered it for like a week and then lost it, basically.
What happens to the French garrison?
It was the French garrison itself at some point pulled it out. They won this very Pyrrhic victory against the Aragonese army at, I don't remember what is the name of the battle. Just give me a second, because sometimes I have Seminara. That's the Battle of Seminara. They remind me, and they win a great tactical victory against the Aragonese, but on the long run, they cannot hold Naples anymore, and they just allow it to leave at some point. Right. Okay, a few garrisons that have been isolated are subject to, are besieged, and in few cases they are massacred. But let's say at this point, everybody is trying to keep the whole thing up to a manageable level.
One little factoid, war factoid, that would be interesting. Tell me if this is right or not. This is what I got from one of these books, that it was when the French were getting driven out of the Kingdom of Naples. There was one siege by Fernandino, the Aragonese, of the French at Castelnuovo, and they used, it says here, an innovative use of a gunpowder mine to let the Aragonese, I guess, to get through a fortress.
This is true. It's one of the first modern use of mines. Actually, they're mines.
Right.
They were used before. It's not the first use, but it was a modern feat of engineering, and particularly because the Forte Castelnuovo was a powerful stronghold,
right.
So it was
and
very
they breached it. It worked, right?
Yeah, it worked. It worked very well. Still, up to this point, you see the management of the war is still on late Middle Ages, late 15th century rules. But we are going to see things are going to change very quickly when we move into the War of the League of Cambrai, and that we have already discussed in the Venice series, but particularly in the wars under the age of King Francis I. We will see real hatred between the opposing armies, and in particular, one element that was very common in the Middle Ages warfare all but disappears. That is the tendency to capture knights instead of killing them. There are many more killings of isolated or defeated knights, even noblemen. Many more noblemen dies because they are not ransom is not considered anymore the desired outcome of the capture.
They might be ransomed. I mean, it's not that families have stopped being willing to pay ransom. It's more that the hatred is so intense that
exactly the hatred is so intense, particularly when the Swiss or the German, the German-Spanish infantries are involved, that very often even people of higher senior nobility, they're just murdered. They're just killed on the battlefield. They're not captured anymore. We will see that in Pavia at some point, Francis I will risk his life because he's surrounded by the imperial infantry that want to kill him. Okay, and is saved by the opposing commander at some point, start to kill his own infantry to preventing them to kill Francis because they want him alive. They really want him alive. But the level of hatred between the two opposing armies is just skyrocketing, and we will see. We will see it in Marignano, we will see it in Pavia, and we will see it definitely in 2 episodes when we are going to arrive to Ceresole d'Alba, the Great Slaughter. Is called the Great Slaughter for a reason, because it is at some point they are interlocked infantry bent on killing each other, okay? Because they hate for national, religious, traditional reason. There is real hatred. It's difficult to imagine the battles of Crécy, Poitiers, Azincourt as battle where people was hating each other. Okay, the noblemen, particularly the noblemen on both sides during the 100 Years' War, they were thinking themselves a part of the same elite. In this case, we started to see real, it's not nationalism, but there is a real ideological divide, and this is the beginning of something that will become absolutely prevalent during the 30 Years' War, but also during the battles of the French religious civil wars of the second half of the 16th century. There is real hatred. There's people killing each other because they detest each other, not just because they are being paid to kill some poor slob or some nobleman on the other side. So this is important. But at this point, everybody's trying to keep the whole thing with, more or less civilized. There are war crimes against the population, and this is another important element. They are war crimes. They are considered war crimes. They are not standard operational mode. Okay, they are considered war crimes, and they are judged as war crimes.
That's very interesting. Okay, does that include, for example, rape, or was rape considered?
Absolutely. No, absolutely. Okay. No. Okay, let's dispel a myth that the rape in the 16th century was condoned. This is I'm not condoned in some circumstances, but condoned during war if carried out against common people of low status. There were instances of commanders telling their troops that they could do that because they wanted to use terror as a weapon. But there were instances of commander absolutely being extremely disciplinarian. One example is Giovanni Bandenere. Giovanni Bandenere was absolutely incredibly strict regarding the behavior of his the combatant of his unit during war, particularly in relation to sacking, to stealing stuff from people, or rape, because he thought that it was bad for the discipline. He wanted to control people. Say, you are supposed to do what I want. So there were different cases. We are going to see there were a lot of atrocities during the Italian wars. It's interesting because a few years ago, I think 3 years ago, a British writer has written an interesting book. I don't remember the title, but I read it. I thought it was excellent. In detailing the level of atrocities during the Italian wars, and just stating that the history of atrocities against the population during the Italian wars is poorly understood because, but this is something that we are going to discuss later, it never created that kind of post-nuclear wasteland that we always associate with the worst moment of the 100 Years' War or the 30 Years' War. And this because, but I'm a spoiler, the landscape, the human, economic, and physical landscape of the Italian wars was much different than, central Germany or the French, the southern French. It was a very urbanized society. There was a lot of infrastructure. And also, and this is very important, it's a kind of high intensity war being fought into a place with a higher density of population.
Right. But with this, well, I mean, I know I shouldn't digress here, but this interests me. Would that extend to like taking people's chickens, taking people's pigs?
Armies were at some point forced to leave off the land, but the difference is that during the Italian wars, commanders start to treat this kind of situation where their armies are forced to leave off the land as a problem and not as a, this is standard, what happens. One reason is that very often they are living off the land of some local lord or some local community that is supposed to be allied with them.
Right.
Okay. And this can create problem. It will definitely create problem during the War of the League of Cambrai. The War of the League of Cambrai is a absolutely clamorous, incredible example of what happens when you are fighting a war and the local population doesn't like you, because while the urban elites in places like Verona or Padova or whatever, at some point they started to cheer the arrival of the French because they wanted to be out of the taxation and the control of the Venetian Empire. The population was completely, fully on the Venetian side. They really voted with their feet, just moving toward Venice and fighting a guerrilla against the League army. And this, at some point, started to be a problem, particularly for the imperials. The emperor itself started to say, it's very difficult for me to have an army that I'm supposed to pay and that is starting to create me problems with the local population I cannot absolutely afford. Okay?
Right.
So there starts to be a sort of... let's say, assessment. Let's say military commanders, they start to appreciate the fact that logistics doesn't necessarily mean that we are going to requisition all the chickens or the pigs of the local farmer. That sometimes this is going to create more problem than solve them. And this is the first problem. The second thing is, remember, these armies, and at the moment of the Second and Third War, this is not such an acute problem, but it will definitely become a problem by the Cambrai era, and will be a gigantic problem on the age of the wars between Francis I and Charles V. And is that armies want to be paid. They are not just contenting themselves for being fed. It's a profession. Right. They are supposed to have money. Yeah. They want the money. And actually, one example is, clear-cut example is the Swiss. The Swiss are agreeing the price it's not a personal basis. It's not like you are a Swiss infantryman and you're asking the price, negotiating the price individually. The price is negotiated at the city level. There are agreements between cities, between communities. We're going to send such and such number of infantrymen, and this is what we're going to suppose to be. We're going to suppose it to be paid. They will be paid like that. If they are not paid, they won't fight. Okay. In some case, Pavia is again another clear-cut case. Pavia is fought. The imperial army decide to accept the challenge, the risk, and attack the French at Pavia because they cannot afford anymore to keep the army on the ground. They're just losing people because they are a lot of the infantrymen are just deserting because they are not being paid.
Yeah, and the interesting thing, we're anticipating Pavia, but one thing I found amazing about that is the Swiss have this very business-like attitude toward fighting, like no pain, no fight. But at the same time, they're the ones who insist on marching on the imperial cannons. It's like they're not Machiavelli's stereotype of mercenaries who are cowardly.
Yeah. Again, there is another stunning example of this attitude in Marignano. In Marignano the battle is fought despite the fact that Francis was going to have an agreement with the Swiss, because Marignano is the Swiss on one side and the French king on the other, the French king and the Venetian on the other, because at some point a Swiss if I remember well, a Swiss bishop or cardinal, whose name was Matthaus Schiner, came to Milan and made a fiery sermon to the Swiss soldiers, saying, you're fighters, you're supposed to fight. What is this business of negotiating a truce? No, you're supposed to fight. And they will fight. And the Marignano is pure Hollywood. Marignano is something I still begs a question why Marignano never had a movie. Something,
Anyone listening to this?
Yes,
any screenwriters out there, take note.
They probably got one of those goddamn dynastic family trees and said, nah, pass.
I know. So wait, first I have to explain how this guy married this woman who's carrying around this guy's corpse to try and get his son. Okay.
Well, Marignano is easy. Marignano is easier than that because it's just like the two armies that won the same place, that is Milan. There is not much, dynastic soap opera behind that. But still, the reason Marignano was fought is, well, on one side, of course, Francis I wanted to fight the battle. But on the other side, the Swiss were actually, preached into marching into the battle.
Yeah.
They were psyched up. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So Louis XII marches down at the very end of the 15th century, right? And takes Milan
Yes.
in 1499.
Yes. No, but we need, before arriving to that, we need to, say a couple of things about the way Louis was doing business. Louis, unlike Charles, Louis makes sure he has his back covered. So he closes agreement with everyone, including Venice, to make sure his march to Milan, his conquest of Milan, and his challenge. That is not even a challenge. His claim, because it's very much a claim, to the Kingdom of Naples, he doesn't get any problem with the locals. So he, negotiate with the Pope, negotiate with Venice, and the reason this works is that the Milanese ruler, Ludovico il Moro, is great at creating personal brands. He's very Milanese from this point of view. He's a great company manager. He's great on creating personal brand. He's a great politician. He's a very good politician. He's also a patron of arts, whatever. But he's a terrible strategist, awful, the worst. And he saves himself in a few occasions because of his wife, Beatrice d'Este. His wife is a much better strategist than he is. Also a much better military leader, to be honest. And but then at one point she dies, and left alone, Ludovico, that again he's no slouch. He's not stupid, but he's simply a terrible strategist. Manages to create the problem where everyone at some point is happy to see him go. In particular, he managed to alienate completely Venice, supporting, will take forever to describe that, but simply he supports Florence on the conquest of Pisa, and Pisa asked Venice for support. So instead of getting an agreement for Venice, he alienates Venice. So Venice, when Louis called the Venetian, the Council of the Tenth, telling, I'm going to invade Milan, the Venetian response is, as long as you give it this and this and this place, it's okay for us. So Louis arrives, goes to Milan, he conquers Milan rather easily. Ludovico managed to escape. He returns with few Swiss.
I'm sorry to interrupt real quickly, but I know that Italy's rich. Is Milan wealthy as a banking center at this point, like
Yes.
today, or is it is also a banking center as well as textiles? Okay.
Yes, no, he's very rich. Unfortunately, by the moment where the French conquer Milan, Milan is also very poorly defended. Lorenzo was designing a complete redesign of Milan defense system. It was caught in the middle of the transition. Ludovico il Moro is a great character from support. By the way, Ludovico il Moro means Ludovic the Moor, Ludovic the Black,
okay.
because he was actually darker than his brother. So he was probably the result of an affair between his father and some, like he was common. Very common. The Medici ruler at the beginning, in a couple of decades, Alessandro Medici was definitely the son, the legitimate son of the future Pope and a North African lady in waiting. And this was still a moment where people were not particularly interested in the color of your skin. Until you had the right name, you had a lot of money. It will become a problem later, but when colonialism will be on the rise.
But it's another example here of what you're kind of. I mean, you had this incredibly wealthy, advanced area, and they just sort of thought, well, why would we want to spend our wealth on all this sort of barbaric military stuff that may never get used? And so they were just easy pickings. I mean, and that's not going to happen much in Europe after that.
That's absolutely correct. Because the point is, Ludovico il Moro is someone who at some point should decide to invest into a standing army. But he doesn't. He say, why should I to spend on this stuff that I'm just going to use every once and then? And he has, there is actually some very good example. One example is Charles VIII. Charles VIII, with the whole story of having a standing army and invading Italy.
Who was Charles VIII again?
Charles VIII is the king of France that has invaded Italy in the last episode. He has, with the whole business of invading Italy, having a standing army and so on and so forth, he has bankrupted France. And his father had left France in a perfect financial shape. Okay?
Right.
So everybody is, at this point, is still uneasy about, why should I have to pay military expenditures for something that is I'm not going to use or are going to use just when the necessity happens. It is going to create me a lot of problems. Why I could use the same money to, build infrastructure. So there is a discussion. Actually, there is a political administrative discussion in many Italian states about the right level of military expenditures. Mm-hmm. And Venice, again, is another example. But, I mean, it will take too long probably to discuss that. Mm-hmm. But Venice is not very keen on spending on land defenses until the War of Ligo can break. But they are very keen on spending on their fleet.
Naval.
As I told you just a reminder, during the Venice Empire series, Venice had this arsenal, the largest military factory of the world, until I think the 18th century, where they had basically the capability to rebuild completely their military fleet in 30 days. If they had lost their fleet, they could rebuild it in 30 days because they had enough shells of
galleys,
of ships, military galleys, exactly, ready there, just there to be,
to be finished up and stuff.
Finished up and made seaworthy in 30 days. Okay,
that's amazing.
They have 30 days capability, but they could afford that because they were Venice. Even Milan could not afford such a level of military expenditure, and because they actually didn't want to face bankruptcy.
Right.
Was there any discussion about creating a national army, a peninsula-wide army?
No, he was dead. Actually, he was still born, more than dead. But he was basically dead with Lorenzo Magnifico. But the reason is there are a couple of reasons for that. The first reason is that everybody was afraid that at some point Venice will have just swallowed everything. Okay, so everybody was just saying, yes, we can have a certain level of agreement with Venice, but it's so overwhelmingly stronger than us that, will end up. And one of the reasons of the Lega Italica, the name of this treaty is Lega Italica, was to try to create a system of check and balances to avoid everybody being scared of everybody else, in particularly of Venice. But you need to have in Italy it's called the ago della bilancia, the tip of the scale. You need to have someone that works as a sort of go-between, impartial go-between. And Lorenzo Magnifico was perfect for that, for a lot of personal, psychological reason. But you could not have Ludovico il Moro for that, because he was so inept he was so inept as a strategist and so obsessed with just trying to keep the Sforza as the ruler of Milan. By the way, alienating completely the same Milanese urban elite who had supported initially, at least, the Golden Ambrosian Republic. That it became it's Ludovico il Moro is a perfect example of this kind of person who is obsessed with personal brand and to try to promote his personal position, to promote itself as a great manager, ends up not being a great leader. And there is a big difference between being a manager and being a leader. It's interesting to note that Ludovico was obsessed with the personal brand. Ludovico
Is it Milan
Moro,
the center of the marketing and adverting world in Italy?
Yeah, precisely. It's very Milanese. Okay. It's very Milanese.
Ludovico handbags.
Yeah, but you have to think that this idea that he was the Moor, for him, was great. He had only, not only, but mostly black retainers. Black people, actually people coming from Africa, who were his retainers.
What do you mean as retainers?
Assistant secretaries, bodyguards.
Right. So his retinue, basically, the people surrounding him. Yeah, okay.
Okay. And people surrounding him, they were black because he was the Moor. His symbol was
branding. Total branding. Yeah.
His symbol was the silk tree. The silk tree in Lombardy language, in Lombardo, in Milanese language, is called the Moro. Moro. Uh-huh. Okay. It's called the silk. So he had this kind of intelligent use of this kind of, personal advertising. But when it came just to try to take some kind of strategic decision, military decision, I didn't discuss about this in the last episode, but there is this, I always find funny that when Louis XI, that was not yet Louis XI, in the previous war, invaded, conquered Novara and tried to attack Milan, Ludovico il Moro decided to fake a stroke and sent his wife, Beatrice, to negotiate the whole thing with Louis. Wow. And Beatrice, by the way, was an interesting character. At some point during the defense, during a battle before the Italian wars, during a battle with Venice, he actually led a counterattack during a siege, cutting a Venetian commander in half.
So his wife did that?
Yes. And she was a brilliant negotiator. They were the typical couple where there is the husband who believes to be a big shot, but without his wife, it's impossible. Is absolutely impossibilitated to do anything.
She's rolling her eyes behind him half the time while he's got his chest buffed out. Yeah, okay.
And when she died, for poor Lodovico, it was just over. So, Louis comes to Italy, conquers Milan. Ludovico tries to retake it with a few Swiss mercenaries. He fails clamorously and is captured and taken to France. He will die in France in prison, spending the last few years of his life fishing, which I always found particularly fishing on the ditch on the castle ditch. They were filled with waters normally, and complaining about his bad luck. And so at this point, Milan has become French, and Louis decided to go on part 2 of his plan. And he negotiated in the year of the Lord 1500 or 1500. I never remember always.
Either way.
1500.
1500 is more
1500.
common.
Okay. Okay. He negotiated with the Spanish King Ferdinando the secret Treaty of Granada. That means we French, we take the north. We take Napoli, the north of southern Italy, so the Neapolitan kingdom, from the Aragonese, who at this point are in rivalry with Ferdinand the Catholic. It's the same Ferdinand.
What? So this is like an intra-Spanish feud, like Aragon versus Castile?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. Because the kingdom of it's sort of the Castile and Aragon combined.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Crown
Yes.
in Spain. Uh-huh.
Yes. The situation is that the south, Sicily, is already in Spanish hands, and the Sicily and Calabria, and one part of Puglia. And France say, we get the rest, you let us conquer Spain. Sorry, no Spain. You let
The
us
kingdom
conquer
of Naples. Right.
The
So
kingdom of
let's
Naples.
remind listeners again, the kingdom of Naples is like 2/3, at least half of the Italian peninsula, the leg and the boot, right? I mean, it's quite a large part of the southern half to 2/3 of the Italian peninsula. So what the French are saying, what Louis XII is saying is, we'll take the upper portion of the kingdom of Naples, and then Spain gets the lower portion. Is that right?
Well,
Yes.
one Spain. Like which Spain?
Well, remember that we are in 1500, and so this is after the end of the Reconquista. And so the king of Spain is Ferdinand the Catholic. The same king was sponsored the Columbus trip to the New World. And so now he is from Aragon, but he has married Isabel of Castile. And so the Spanish kingdom now is just a single state.
Right. It's not Aragon or Castile. It's Spain. And also, as you said in the previous episode, the kingdom of Naples, although nominally essentially under an Aragonese king, it's not the same Aragonese king person as...
It's the Tristamara line of Aragon. But they had become completely Italian by this point. They felt themselves, they had Italian names, so they felt themselves as Italian. So what Spain says is that, okay, the Kingdom of Naples is made of 4 of the current Italian region. Campania, that is the region with Naples, Abruzzo, Puglia, that is the region of Bari, and Calabria. And what Louis said to Ferdinand is, we get Campania, Abruzzo, you get Puglia and Calabria. Okay, is this a deal? And Ferdinando say yes, perfect. So the attack and the French offensive is incredibly quick, and so they are in 1502, I think, if I remember, 1501 or 1502, I don't remember exactly the year. The French are in control of Naples. But problems with their Spanish neighbor arise almost immediately for the most surreal reason ever: sheep. Okay, so the story goes like this: northern Puglia, so the area north of Bari, is called by this time the Capitanata. There are 2 regions. One is Basilicata, that is the region that now corresponds to the current Basilicata, the region with Matera and Potenza. And then there is the Capitanata. The Capitanata is a region where the flock of sheep coming from the south are going to spend the summer, okay? I'm going to spend the winter in a process that is called in Italian transumanza. Don't ask me to translate it in English because I don't know. The transumanza is something that even in Turin, it was easy to see when I was a kid. At night, in particularly during the passage of the mid-season, so in summer, in spring, in autumn, you will see at night flocks of sheep or herds of cows moving from the mountain to the land, to the plain in autumn, or the other way around in spring. It was a movement. Basically, it was a movement of farm animals, and this movement that was very common in Italy again until a couple of decades after the World War II, was subject to taxes because pastures were heavily taxed, particularly in Puglia, because Puglia, and John has gone to Puglia, so you know, Puglia has some area were completely flat.
Yeah.
And some of these areas are great pastures, while most of Italy is not flat. Actually, there are areas in southern Italy were rather rugged and vertical, and so there, you know, pasture land is scarce.
Yeah, there's the Po Valley, and then there's parts of Puglia, and that's it.
Yeah, that's it, exactly. So pastures had very heavy taxes in a places that was called, believe it or not, the sheep custom, la dogana delle pecore. And at some point the French say, "Oh, the sheep custom in our side of the border, so we are going to get the taxes." And the Spanish say, "No, the sheep customs is on our side of the border, so we are going to get the taxes." And I've seen wars starting for more stupid reasons, but this is bit, it could be in the top 10. So the war starts.
But I mean, it makes some sense. I think. I mean, it's about revenues. It's probably, isn't it? Am I mistaken that?
Oh yes,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
revenues were.
yeah.
I mean, people. Oh yes, it's actually. I mean, there have been wars fought over mines, over ports, over.
Right.
Well, this was fought over pastures,
Yeah.
so it makes sense actually. But still, this idea that.
If they'd fought it over cattle,
not
that would have been a
glorious.
grand old tradition, especially an
Yes.
Indo-European tradition, or
Yeah.
some parts of Africa. But sheep, it doesn't have the same appeal.
No, because if you think you have to associate the birth of the Tertius, the fearsome Tertius, with a matter of pastures, yes, it feels strange.
We will get the sheep, or we will die getting it. Tercios, are you with me? Yeah. Okay. So,
Yes. So,
Well, I mean, there are people dying in Africa right now in the Sahel over goats. But even then, goats are kind of interesting, more interesting than sheep.
Yeah.
Yes. So what happens is, the war broke in April. No, actually not in April. It broke in winter 1502. And initially was a very inconclusive war, which had, however, one episode that is one of the most famous episodes of the entire Italian history. Something that every school kid in Italy, but even people who are, have been to school, are not been to school since the last 50 years, will remember well, because it's been the subject of countless movies, books, parodies. It's an episode that is the Italian version of the 47 Ronin story that is so famous in Japan. Even if it's 47 Ronin is very Japanese, and the story that we're going to tell right now is very Italian. Is the so-called Disfida di Barletta, the challenge of Barletta. Is a story that became at some point a big deal during fascism. It was also promoted as an example of Italian nobility and so on. But in any case, just to tell you the story, at some point, the Spanish, actually, most of the Spanish were actually Italians. The majority of the knights, in particular in the Spanish army, were actually Italian knights, Italian mercenaries, Italian condottieri. At some point during a small battle, they capture a group of French knights led by a certain Lamotte. This Lamotte insulted the Italians, say, yes, you may have captured us, but all the Italians are cowards. They are not very good at fighting and so on. So they decided to decide this thing with a challenge, a duel. That was not a duel. It was 13 Italians versus 13 French. Actually, they were not 13 French because the French were the real French were just 11, and 2 were from Savoy. They were Piedmontese. But at this point, Piedmont was, of course, very much on the French side. And they fought in this duel, this much publicized, much trumpeted, much, there was a lot of expectation about that duel in. Actually, it's not in Barletta. It was fought in Trani, but for historical reasons, it's called the Challenge of Barletta. And the Italian won. Was a clear victory. With the French side, begging for pardon and so on and so forth. And this became a monumental deal in Italy. Because, oh, yes, we may have been invaded south and north, we might be in shambles, but our knights won, and so.
There's a passage in Machiavelli which I remember for some reason, and I wonder if it refers to this. He says in an almost angry way, "Why is it that the Italians are always the greatest knights at individual feats, but never win the big battles?"
Yes, exactly. Which is again is wrong. Because this is not true. Most of particularly most of the generals in the first part of the Italian wars were Italians. Okay, some of the most stunning French victories were won by Giangiacomo Trivulzi, who was Italian, was an Italian condottiere who fought for the French. The Spanish.
But I think it does reflect something that's going on at this period in Italy, which is the awareness that our political structures aren't well adapted to the contemporary warfare.
Yeah, that these new giant nation states that are emerging are...
Exactly. Yeah. And the Italians, for all their smugness and their conviction to be the only civilized place in the world and everybody else is a barbarian, they are just realizing they may be rich, but they are desperately weak. And sometimes money is not the only thing. Sometimes you have to use, force to get things done or to defend yourself. So but this is a big deal. It's probably more a big deal in Italy, this episode, than anything else that happens in this period. And this has remained as something that, again, if you ask anybody in Italy what was the Disfida di Barletta, they will know immediately. If you ask anyone in Italy what was the Battle of Fornovo, they will look at you and say, what? Except if this Italian is myself, but I think I'm an exception. I'm a bit of a freak from this point of view.
Try mentioning it at a cocktail party and see what happens. How about that Battle of Fornova, huh?
Exactly. So the World War, it is for a long time means for several months, very inconclusive, except when at some point around the end of April 1503, the Spanish army moves to outside the fortress of Barletta, because they are getting information that there is a large column of French that seems to be moving south to penetrate into Puglia. So the French have launched what is actually a real offensive. It turns out the French column is large and is very well armed, but is completely unsupported. Okay, and this will be a problem for the French side. The Spanish are supported by 2,000 Landsknecht. This is one of the first battle where the German infantry, the Landsknechts, are used. They are commanded by a general which is called von Ravenstein, and
so these are German mercenaries.
They're German mercenary, and they start to be a counterpart of the Swiss infantry.
Okay. Do they fight similarly?
They fight similarly, but but they have a large. There is a large difference. The large difference is that the Spaniards are now commanded by a dude who is probably going to be one of the most important military innovator of this era. Was known as a Spanish guy. Was known as Gonzalo Fernandez de Córdoba. Also, now I think he's probably more famous as Consalvo de Córdoba, who is considered generally the father of the Tercios. He was a veteran of the last part of the Reconquista, of the wars against, the last Muslim states in the Spanish Peninsula, and he had been perfected the start of use of integrating fire weapons, light artillery, or arquebusiers inside squares of infantry. The idea, I'm simplifying at the moment because we could easily do a single episode over the history of the pike and shot tactics. But basically, the idea was the Swiss infantry was incredibly effective at stopping cavalry charges, but was weak when confronted with other could be problematic when confronted with light cavalry or with small units of infantry, particularly on flanks attacks. And they were they could be very vulnerable to fire weapons. So the idea was to integrate, to have basically squares of infantry with pikes, intermingled with officers using halberds, and with at the corners on the flanks arquebusiers, moving together like sort of moving fortresses. It's you just have to imagine the square.
That would be fearsome. That would be really fearsome for that time. Yeah.
And the start, of course, the real Tercios won't be present until Pavia. We are still at the infancy of this, but still the idea is that you have infantry mixed with arquebusiers. The infantry protect the arquebusiers from the cavalry charges, and the arquebusiers protected the infantry from the rest. And keep in mind that arquebus at the moment are not particularly precise, but they have quite a long range. And at short range, they can be absolutely deadly, as it will demonstrate.
It wasn't standard to just, well, I mean, it might have been standard, but you could stuff anything you wanted into those barrels and
Yeah, exactly.
fire them like canister.
That's what I was going to say. Could you briefly describe for listeners, there are people in different languages grasping English, what the arquebus was at this time?
It was, you have to imagine a thinner rocket launcher. It's the same thing. It's actually was, you have just to, more seriously, you have to think as a sort of ancestor of modern rifles.
Right.
It was a long barrel, very long, need to be supported by a fork. Could not be need to stand on something.
Right, you put a stand with a fork at the top of the stand, and you put the arquebus barrel in the middle, right?
A fork or someone else. You could put it on the shoulder of an infantryman, for instance. And they were very long, and they were loaded, of course, from the front. There was no rear charge. And they were fired with a flint, just igniting, either a flint igniting something, or more commonly, there was a fuse that need to be lighted, okay? And the fuse, a short fuse, you were lighting with a flint this fuse, and the fuse will fire at the charge. The charge was normally inserted inside a small bag. You first put the bag and then the whatever projectile you want to use. Or earlier than that, you will simply put the powder inside the arquebus and then fire. It was more a personal rocket launcher than a real rifle because it had a very, very low fire rate, and it was effective. It was fired in line. If you had a lot of arquebus working, firing together,
right?
But could be fearsome. Could be absolutely fearsome. A volley of arquebus at close range could easily stop a night charging. It would definitely make shreds of anybody who was not well protected. We will see an example of fearsome, absolutely very bloody and horrible example of this at Ceresole d'Alba. Ceresole d'Alba, there was a long, prolonged duel of opposing infantry firing arquebus at each other at very close range. And they had pieces of people deployed, everywhere on the field for days. It was very difficult even to recover the bodies. And so the Cordoba consult with his second in command, who is a very good Italian commander, Prospero Colonna. And they know the French are very cavalry heavy. They have a very good infantry, but they will definitely, their main asset at the moment is the artillery, because they have the artillery, of course, and the heavy cavalry. So they decide to challenge them in battle, but from a prepared position. So what happens is that they start to fortify a piece of land that goes across the place where they know the French army is going to pass. And they create a ditch, basically they go across a natural ditch, they enlarge it, and they create a sort of protection. And this protection, over this protection, they are going to put the artillery and 300 knights on foot, dismounted knights who are protected on both sides by arquebusers, and in the center the squares of infantry, I say protected by arquebus. They keep their own heavy cavalry in the rear as a reserve, okay? And the French get wind of what the Spanish are doing. The Spanish are 7,000 people, and of those 7,000, there are more or less 1,000 arquebusiers and 20 guns.
That's a lot of arquebusiers.
Yes.
1,000, yeah.
The Swiss have 10,000 men. Of those 10,000 men, there are 4,000 Swiss infantrymen and 40 guns, but they have no light. They have 40 heavy guns, but they have basically no other fire weapon. Okay, and the big problem is that the 40 guns are much behind the main French army. So the French commander decided that the disparity of forces is so great, and I mean, I have something like 1,000 heavy cavalrymen, plus actually there were probably even more, 2,000 heavy cavalrymen, plus 4,000, let's say 4,000 Swiss mercenaries. I have enough to win the battle against 7,000 people. But he's not appreciating the presence of the arquebus, okay?
Right.
Or arquebuses.
Or of those defenses, which would work much better against cavalry.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. By the way, before, again, the purist call me a liar and a fake, of course, nobody was calling the Spanish units tercios right now. They were the so-called coronellas. The coronellas were, the ancestor of the tercios.
I think everyone agrees on that, though, that the coronelias were the ancestors.
I don't know. I've heard rumors like Annibale is a tercio caller.
Okay, because I know there are many Spanish warners that know their threat very well. I don't want to annoy anyone. I know very well that this is going to be controversial, but in any case, because I know I'm missing some point. So what happens is that the heavy cavalry, French cavalry, make a charge, and the charge is very good. Again, this is not crazy. Okay, is 1,000. It's not clear how many were there. 1,000 to 1,500. A French heavy cavalrymen charging all together in line. And they try to breach the center of the Spanish infantry because they think that if they are going toward the center, the infantry is more likely to disperse, to panic and to disperse. But the light Spanish artillery that is not in one single group, but is dispersed over the line, defends the Spanish center very well. At this point, the French commander, the Duke of Nemours, decided that he needs to, the attack toward the center won't achieve anything, so he attacks the right. And this is the moment where they discover how good the arquebuser could be, because they are met with a hail of very many volleys of fire from their arquebusers, and the French commander is killed immediately.
I see here that in Wiki they say that the French commander, the Duke of Nemours, that when he was killed, he might have been the first general killed in action by small arms fire in history.
Yes, yeah, it's not. Is controversial.
I'm in the Guinness Book of World. Yeah,
yeah. It's controversial, but yes, this is what you read in many histories. What is important? Okay, what is important is that instead of, at this point, there is, of course, panic because, the death of the commanders were always a big deal in these battles. But what is important is that the Swiss commander tried to, I'm in charge now, and tried to keep the ranks, the very disciplined ranks of the Swiss mercenary compact and try a frontal charge together with the rest of the cavalry against the Spanish infantry. But again, the arquebus made the whole difference. Even the Swiss commander was killed. At this point, the Spanish infantry began his own charge. And all these happened in 30 minutes, no more than 30 minutes, from start to finish. And at this point, the French army, the French line collapsed. They started to run away, and of course being killed, because the moment where most of the losses in this kind of battles happened was when panic broke and people started to run away.
That's when you release the cavalry, and they just cut people down from the back. And you mentioned, right, that the Spanish had decided to keep their cavalry in reserve, so they would have been fresh at this point.
Exactly. At this point, the Spanish cavalry had not been used, so they were launched, and they started to create havoc into the French combatants. And this was incredible. I mean, the rapidity and the efficiency of the Spanish battle lines, the Spanish army, took everybody by surprise. This was the first moment where everyone say, wow, this thing of the pike and shot, of the use of light fire weapons is a big deal. And this is the moment where everybody began to copy this kind of dispositive. Still, it's important to note that while the use of arquebus became widespread into the imperial army and the Spanish army, it takes much of a longer time for the French to begin to be less dependent from their heavy cavalry and from their mix of heavy cavalry and Swiss infantry. The Swiss infantry was still very good. The main reason why the Swiss infantry was very good was the discipline. You could literally, you were facing execution into the Swiss line if you would leave your place. Okay, they had a level of efficiency, of discipline that was incredible, considering that, just 100 years before, most of the infantry was militia, they were just rebel.
Yeah, it reminds me of the change from hoplite to phalanx fighting that supposedly in Greek culture, as the forms of fighting changed, the definition of courage changed from strutting out ahead of the line and saying, who wants to fight me, which was a hoplite thing, to courage meaning you never broke ranks in the phalanx.
No, well, there is Machiavelli himself, he tended to sometimes to exaggerate. I mean, in this case, he had this line that is quite famous over the Swiss, because Machiavelli was famously against the use of mercenary, because he said a mercenary will never just fight for the money, won't fight for a cause, and and so on and so forth. But they say that the reason, he recognized the reason why the Swiss were very, very good on being a line infantry, was because they had this discipline. So literally failing to support your comrades meant immediate death on the ends of the other, and he was not a legend. Okay. People, you just have to remember this. This was an age that you were fearing a shameful death more than death itself. Okay, and also,
Yeah,
for instance,
you find people who are resigned to death but horrified at the idea of being hanged, for example, because beheading was what you did to people who got respect. Hanging was what you did to people who were considered vermin.
yeah, but it's of course one of the reasons was that people were particularly professional militaries, were that nobody was getting old. And they were unlikely to die in their bed. So very often, for instance, the fate of their bodies after their death was important for them. The idea that, for instance, to not be mutilated after death, not before death, after death was important for them. And also the idea of dying a shameful death, like being marked as a coward. It's an age where, most of the nobility doesn't pay taxes, but for the military nobility, a mark of cowardice is worse than that, literally.
You want to have all your wounds on the front, although, I would imagine in a real melee, you could easily get stabbed in the back while you were trying to do your duty, but didn't look good.
No, well, but we will see in Pavia. In Pavia, one of the reasons for the disproportionate number of losses into the French cavalry is that when after this gargantuan charge, were maybe up to 3,000 heavy knights were launched into a frontal attack towards the imperial lines. When they were outflanked by the imperial arquebusers, particularly a lot of the commanders refused to retreat, because the idea that heavy knights would retreat in front of the enemy was unthinkable. And this, made this was even worse than Azincourt up to a certain point.
I was just
We're going to
of
discuss that in Pavia, but this was a reason. So I mean,
the thing about Cerignola that really strikes me is like, okay, the French overall and cavalry commander has just died. All right, no problem. I'm the commander of the Swiss infantry. I take over. The commander of the Swiss infantry has just died. What do they do then? Like, look up Robert's Rules of Order. Who's treasurer? Like, who takes over now?
Okay, what happens is this is a very interesting question, because this is one of the limits of those large infantry formation, is that they have at certain point to have to create a system of ranking such as the death of a single individual doesn't create the collapse of the entire defense or offense system. The tercios, from this point of view, were very good. Arthur Rocroi, one of the reasons why the tercios stood so long against the onslaught of the French light cavalry and artillery, was that there was not a single individual that once killed, the whole tercio would collapse. They literally stood, not exactly to the last man, but to very few survivors. In the case of the Swiss infantry, this was not still the case. There is one counterexample for this, that is, again, we are going to see it in Ceresole. In Ceresole, at a certain moment, despite the losses, the Swiss infantry on the French side, after horrifying, because the only way it could be described, horrifying contact with their German counterparts, that they won with horrendous losses, they still managed to regroup, reform very quickly, and then turn north to go and support the French cavalry on the north of the battlefield, winning the battle. Okay, and some of the Ceresole is a battle for which we have an unusual amount of documentation. It's a very well documented battle, and some of the witnesses say, "I've never seen infantry regroup and reform so quickly." So, and Ceresole is 1544, so he's 40 years later than Cerignola. But in 40 years, you have an autonomy of the infantry on the field that is incredible. Those units, they can move like moving castles. They're moving fortresses, okay? And they are not dependent anymore from one single, Pavia, of course, the king is captured, but they are not dependent from the death of a single individual. There is another example that I find incredible, is how in Marignano, one of the elements that made Marignano the Battle of the Giants was that by 1515, when Marignano happened, the Swiss infantry was able to put really like a show, because when they when they left Milan and they moved toward the battlefield, because they have been rallied into going to battle by that the preacher I mentioned before, the column they were moving, they were three squares of 7,000 people each. Okay, so it's 21,000 people.
That's a big square.
Yeah.
Yes, moving in three squares at unison and rising giants column of dust that were visible from kilometers. Okay, that you could really, it's infantry that is able to put a show that is actually as fearsome and as scary as any cavalry charge.
Right.
Okay, and this is one of the elements that this is the real. Apart from, of course, the rise of the fire weapon and the use of combined tactics, this autonomy, this ability of the infantry to be an autonomous force is, for me, the real element of the military revolution of the Italian wars.
Okay, is that a good point to stop?
Yeah, but
Yes.
and also again to recap, I mean, you have the birth of what would become the tercios at this battle that you just described, and that's huge for the next couple hundred years of Europe.
What was the size of a tercio? Not 7,000, I don't think, right? They were smaller than those.
If I remember well, 3,500.
3,000, right.
They called it tercios because initially there was 1/3 pikemen, 1/3 swordsmen, and 1/3 with fire weapons, with arquebus. And then, but despite what everybody thinks because of those stupid movies, the use of swords became less and less frequent. And
Right, so they gave the swordsmen, they made them arquebusiers, right?
Yes.
So to wrap this up, then the Battle of Cerignola, the French lose, and does that mean where do they go? Where does Louis go after that?
What happens is that they lose another similar battle closer to Naples, the Battle of Garigliano. I never remember the name.
Yeah.
And so once again, the French claim to Naples collapses because, of course, Naples is retaken. At this point, Naples become a Spanish fief. And by the way, it's interesting, again, coming back for a second to the tercios, this is the origin of the Spaniards, if listening to this, sorry for my pronunciation, the tercios vejos. the old tercios, where there were that were Neapolitan and Sicilian, because they were formed in southern Italy. They were formed by Spanish people, Spanish natives, but they were formed in Naples and in Sicily. And so Louis XII is what happens is simply has to content himself to be the master of Milan, but we are at this point, we are at the eve of what is the largest confrontation so far that we have already discussed in the Venice series, that is the War of the Ligo Cambrai.
Right, which we'll talk about again next.
And as you point out here, there's another repercussion of this, that France has lost the Italian South forever. This was their original goal, right? To take Naples and the South. And
they won't return. They won't return until Napoleon, the conquest by Napoleon. Well, because not even during the 7 Years' War they will be back to southern Italy.
Okay. Wow, we had some action this time. Lots of wild gore, and the birth of the tercios, which I've been wanting to hear about. Excellent.
All right, thank you again to Annibale for another great episode of the Italian Wars.
Great fun as usual.
Yes,
Thanks.
Great. Okay, stay tuned, everyone, for future series of the Italian Wars. We're obviously not done yet, and hopefully we'll whoever's in the New York area, greater New York area, we'll see you at Littlefield on June 30th. All right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.